Oh, here we go.
Morning, I'm Parole Officer Wengertsman. Today is Monday, December 2nd, 2024, and this is the Public Act 23-169 here in Connecticut Board of Corrections and Paroles. For the record, Mr. Gonzalez, the state of Connecticut, passed and made effective October 1st of 2023 the Public Act 23-169. It's an act concerning parole eligibility for an individual serving a lengthy sentence for a crime committed before the individual reached the age of 21 in criminal records erasure. You fall under this act, and this means that you are under the age of 21. That the board shall give great weight to the diminished culpabilities of juveniles as compared to adults, the hallmark features of youth, and any subsequent growth and maturity you displayed while we're reviewing you for suitability today. The following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Good morning, Deborah Smith-Palmieri.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
So present this morning, we Public Defender Trey Root. Attorney Bruce, if you could please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record.
Sanford Bruce, juris number 424037. My work address is Office of the Public Defender at 235 Church Street, New Haven, Connecticut.
Thank you very much. And the individual who's also with you today, ma'am, if you don't mind also please identifying yourself for the record.
Siobhan Moore, I'm a social worker.
Thank you very much. And can you just recite your name one more time, please?
SHA, V as in Victor, ONNE, last name Moore, MOORE.
Thank you very much. Also present, we have State's Attorneys John Doyle. Attorney Doyle, if you can also please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record.
Yes, John Doyle, New Haven State's Attorney's Office. Business address is 235 Church Street, New Haven, Connecticut. Juris number is 415543.
Thank you very much. Also present, we have also Office of Victim Services, Ms. DeJesus. Mr. Gonzalez, can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Wilfredo Gonzalez, 289303.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing in accordance with Chapter 14 Freedom of Information Act, Connecticut General Statute 1-200, which applies to this procedure. Mr. Gonzalez, if you have any questions concerning the above, please bring your questions to the attention of the panel at this time. Again, this is a public hearing. Do you have any questions, and are you willing to proceed?
We can proceed.
Thank you. And no questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. As previously stated, this is the Public Act 23-169 hearing. It's being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Wilfredo Gonzalez, number 289303. Mr. Gonzalez is serving a sentence of 26 years and 6 months flat with no probation to follow for murder and sale of illegal drugs. There is victim input in this case. There's also an offender accountability plan in place that has been reviewed and shows that he has completed the following programs, which includes Voices, Tier 2, Alternatives to Violence, both basic and advanced, the Domestic Violence Program, and then the College Pell Grant Program. DOC records also indicate that he recently began taking the anger management program, and he currently maintains a job assignment. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score in the RT falls within the moderate range risk for recidivism. Mr. Gonzalez, this is now your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole, and you may begin.
I would like to thank the Board of Partisan Paroles for the opportunity to be heard today. I'm here because I committed a terrible act that resulted in the loss of a life. I apologize to the victim's family for having to grieve and relive the loss of a loved one. I am truly remorseful, and that remorse guides me towards being a better person each day. I am no longer that reactive and impulsive person I once was. As far back as I can remember, my earliest memories of childhood consisted of growing up in an abusive environment. My father was an alcoholic. When he wasn't drinking, he was fine, but when he drank, he became abusive. I witnessed him being physically abusive to my mother. I remember my mom having to wait for my father to fall asleep to take money out of his pants just so she could feed us. One time he was attempting to hit my little brother with a belt. My brother was scared and ran, and as a result, ran into the stove and needed to go to the hospital for stitches. My mom eventually left my father. Somehow he always had a way of finding out where we lived. One day I heard a car beeping its horn, so I looked through the window. Saw it was my father. He flashed a chrome handgun. At that time, I was too young to comprehend the damage a gun could do, but I was scared and ran to tell my mom. After my mother left my father, she began a relationship with Eddie Perez. My mom was with him for about 7 to 8 years. Eddie helped my mom a lot, helping her to raise us. But much like my real father, he would hit us as well. I just thought it was normal. I grew up fearing him. If I got in trouble at school or did something that warranted getting a beating, that meant I would get a beating when he came home from work after 11 p.m. On school nights, I had to be in bed by 9 p.m. So a lot of nights I would stay in bed, unable to sleep because I knew a beating awaited me when Eddie arrived from work. Eddie eventually became abusive towards my mom as well, and she left him in 1999. By the age of 13, I began smoking weed, hanging with the wrong crowd, and getting into trouble. I was rebellious and developed an I don't care attitude that eventually landed me in juvenile detention. During my second time in juvenile detention, the judge was getting ready to release me to my mother's custody, and I was excited. He turned to her and asked her if she was ready to take me home, and she said no. My excitement turned into sadness. I went from thinking I was going home to being brought back to detention and placed with DCF. Eventually, I got released to alternative detention program. After spending some time at ADP, I was placed at Ingersoll, which was a group home in Middletown located in the YMCA. Ingersoll was where I started talking to my mom again. I hadn't talked to her since she decided not to take me home from detention. It was a weird moment in my life where I often wondered if my mom loved me or not. As I got older, I learned that my mom did love me, but she did not know what to do with me at the time. From there, I ended up going to a foster home in Old Lyme, Connecticut for a short time. I was placed with 2 other foster children. One child stayed on the main floor while me and another child slept in a furnished basement and only came up to eat. I recall a situation when the foster dad told me I had to shave my mustache. He told the social worker that I refused, and I was moved and placed in a foster home on Kimberly Avenue in New Haven. Although I had more in common with this foster parent, it was a recipe for disaster because at this age, I was attracted to the streets. Kimberly Avenue was infested with drugs and violence. As nice as Nilda was, I eventually would end up selling drugs on Kimberly Avenue. I grew up in the hill section of New Haven, and that area was all too familiar to me. Eventually, Nilda decided that she couldn't take care of me. I know she did everything she could for me, but I was too much to handle. When I got older, I always wished I could apologize to her for not appreciating her good heart and hospitality. From there, I was placed in a co-ed group home in Bridgeport named the Janus House. While at the Janus House, I attended Harding High School in Bridgeport, but I skipped class a lot. I then transferred to Domus House, which was a lot better because we had more freedom, but when you're young and immature, sometimes too much freedom isn't a good thing. I eventually ended up selling marijuana while at Domus and got arrested. From there, I spent about a year in Bridgeport County and obtained my GED. After being released from Bridgeport County, I was placed in a residential facility for about 6 months. Since I was still in DCF custody, they enrolled me at Gateway Community College. When I was released from that halfway house, I got my own apartment through DCF's independent living program. I wasn't ready to be on my own. I was 18 years old and I wanted the street life. I tried applying for jobs, and when I didn't find one, I used it as my excuse to start selling drugs. Things got worse when someone who I was with in the halfway house escaped. I was upset that he escaped because he only had to be there 6 months. It was the worst thing that happened because he is the person who introduced me to Bobby James. Bobby James already had a drug house that he would sell PCP out of, and we ended up partnering up and selling drugs. It wasn't until the drug house on Adeline Street got raided that James started switching up. The money wasn't coming in anymore, and he began to smoke a lot of PCP. He became more violent. After that, my life wasn't the same. I really believed he would kill me. From that point on, I carried a gun every day. One day I decided to meet and talk things out. It may have seemed crazy to meet up with him, but having to consistently look over my shoulders every day was mentally draining. I had hoped that we'd be able to resolve our problems. When we met up, he was telling me about a recent fight he had on Kimberly Avenue, and he said he wanted my gun. There was no way I was handing him the gun, especially after he threatened to kill me. I got in the car with him and we continued to talk. When he went to drop me off, he said he needed the gun and tried to reach for it, and I fired through my coat pocket. I then got out the car and fired again. If I could go back to that day, I would call the police or avoid him. A couple of weeks after, I was picked up by the New Haven police from my sister's house. After hours of being interrogated, I confessed. After my confession, they dropped me back off to my sister's house. After being back on the streets for about 2 weeks, I was arrested for being at a house that got raided for drugs, and I was in violation of my probation from Stanford. I was being held at Whaley Avenue until the warrant came out for murder. Now that my bond was raised to $1 million, they transferred me to Walker CI. I was in Walker awaiting sentencing for about 2 years. While I was at Walker, I amassed 7 disciplinary reports. From April 12, 2003 to December 28, 2004, I had 4 DRs for fighting, 1 for contraband, interfering with safety and security, and disobeying a direct order. I was a mess. I was easily susceptible to peer pressure. My DR history is an indication of how immature I was. From ages 19 to 22, I had 8 DRs. At age 27, I had another DR. I didn't receive a DR in my 30s. After finishing assessment at Walker CI, I was transferred to Cheshire to begin serving my sentence. I started out in the ticket block because of the fight I had at Walker. I had no clue how to serve my sentence. I went with the flow and started smoking marijuana as a coping mechanism. I look back at all the time I chose to sit back and do nothing. At some point, I realized that if I wanted to change, I would have to be proactive and take initiative. I decided I had to change when I tested positive for marijuana in 2011. It wasn't that I tested positive for marijuana that sparked my desire to change. It was my mom. It was during a visit while I was incarcerated at Cheshire CI that not only changed the way I approached my sentence, but made me realize I had to change. When my mom came to visit me, she wondered why she had to see and speak to me behind a glass. I told her I got a DR for testing positive for marijuana, and I lost my contact visits for 2 years. I told her smoking marijuana is the way I'm serving my sentence. She responded by calling me selfish. She said that it's not only my sentence, but my family's as well. Seeing the hurt in my mother's face let me know I needed to make some changes. I didn't know where to begin or what change looked like. I signed up for programs, but I would be denied admission based on my length of time, which also included the programs that were on my OAP. A big moment in my transformation was when I became Muslim in 2012. Islam is what initially gave me the sense of direction I was looking for. Islam is a religion that builds character, and I needed it. This also sparked my desire to become more knowledgeable, as I had to learn Arabic to read the Quran and pray. While at Cheshire CI, I participated in commercial cleaning levels 1 and 2. The cleaning aspect of the class was 10% of the curriculum. Instead, Mr. Vazquez showed us the importance of human relations and how it relates to a service business. His goal was to help equip us with skills necessary to reduce recidivism and to become the best employee, manager, and hopefully entrepreneur. I learned a lot about self-concept, communication, trust, and conflict management. This class helped me grow a lot and taught me how to prioritize people over things. For example, there was an issue at my current job where the other inmates were unsure and unclear of their responsibilities and refused to communicate. I recommended we discuss the issues together as a team, and we were able to resolve and sort out the responsibilities. On February 21, 2024, I was hired to work in Brooklyn's property room. It was not really about the fact that I got hired, it was how I got hired. I was offered this job because of my institutional record and conduct. When Officer Sweatman offered me the job, he said he needed someone he can trust. This job offer made me realize that everything I had been doing to work on myself, work on my character, was working. I learned that when you offer something to the world offers something to you. In January of 2018, I earned 3 credits from out-of-state university for completing Communication Arts 1, English 101 with a 4.0 grade point average through its correspondence course. Throughout the years, I've held jobs as a barber, tier worker, food server, and worked at a market shop. I was also a counselor's assistant, admissions and processing worker, and I currently work in a clothing factory. All of these jobs continue to enhance my interpersonal skills to be able to work with all types of people. After being granted a commutation in December of 2022, I had no idea I would be given a chance for juvenile parole. With that being said, I continued my path of personal development and growth. I completed domestic violence, Tier 2, alternative to violence, both basic and advanced, and I enrolled at Connecticut State Community College through the Pell Grant program at Brooklyn CI. I expected to start the fall semester on August 28, 2024. However, I was transferred to Osborn Correctional Institution on August 13, 2024, which was too late to start the classes. In domestic violence, I learned that domestic abuse is much more than physical abuse, but that psychological and emotional abuse are harmful as well. I also learned about the different tactics that abusers utilize to control their victims. In Tier 2, I learned about addiction, but most importantly about triggers. Learning about triggers reinforced something I already believe, which is to steer clear of the wrong people, places, and things. In alternative to violence, I learned a lot about transforming power, thinking before reacting, caring for others, having respect for self, looking for a nonviolent solution, and expecting the best. This program was also helpful because participation is encouraged and the atmosphere is set up where people are comfortable to speak. And speaking in public is a fear of mine, but it is something that I do want to get better at. When I first began the program, I would get so nervous when it was my turn to speak. By the end of the advanced portion of ATV, I was more comfortable speaking in front of people and sharing my experiences. Since I know that public speaking is a skill I want to develop, I signed up to be a peer mentor. While at Cheshire CI, I attended commercial cleaning where I learned about conflict management and perceptions. What I learned was important because I was able to apply it and understand conflict through the lens of perceptions. For example, when I was in the weight room at Brooklyn CI, there was a new inmate and he was trying to work out. But another inmate told him it was full. I saw the tension building. The new inmate felt like he was being bullied. I went to him and told him, I know you're upset, but there are only 15 people allowed in the weight room. If a CO sees more than 15 people, he can shut it down. What we do is, if you want to work out, I'll step out and I'll let you get your set. And when you're done, I'll step back in. In that situation, I helped solve a problem. He wasn't backing down because he didn't want to be perceived as being soft. I was able to keep the weight room from being shut down and keep things from escalating into violence. Domestic violence taught me about emotional and psychological abuse. I never knew these types of abuse existed. I grew up around domestic violence and always thought it to be physical. Knowing the gravity of emotional and psychological abuse allows me to be aware of how I communicate with my fiance to protect her mentally and emotionally. I refrain from using abusive words or hurtful terminology. I abstain from passive-aggressive speech. For example, during a serious conversation, she began to cry and apologize for crying. I told her there is no need to apologize. I always tell you to be yourself. If you feel like crying, cry and talk to me about it. This has resulted in her having a great sense of freedom to display her emotions without fear of being judged. She often tells me I make her feel safe, which is important to me. When I first came in, I was easily peer pressured because I was young and naive. The street programming and mental conditioning that shaped my self-concept resulted in impulsive behavior. I would react to situations because I worried about what people would think of me. I didn't want to be perceived as being a coward or soft. Now that I'm older, I reflect on events like when I fought someone over a seat. I rationalized it by saying it wasn't the seat I fought over, it was the principle. However, it was due to a false sense of pride and fear of being labeled as soft. Upon reflection, I realized that many of my actions were guided by my lack of identity. I didn't know who I was, and I didn't know who I wanted to be. Now, I know who I am, and I know the type of man I want to be. Now, when I'm faced with situations, I'm able to rely on what I have learned in programs, self-study, and my experience. I'm able to think not only about how it would affect me, but my family as well. I know that words cannot hurt me, so therefore, if I react to someone's words, I cannot blame them for my actions. I can only blame myself. The peer pressure that would have guided me to act negatively are no longer peer pressures today. Because when I removed myself from the street mentality and lifestyle, I could no longer be pressured by people who are no longer my peers. Throughout my entire incarceration, I'm most proud about my enrollment in college. I currently have 24 of the 60 credits required to obtain an associate's degree in business. I need 9 more credits until I obtain my business administration certificate. I'm most proud of my collegiate success because when I was younger and going to school, I thought I was dumb. I realized that I was never dumb. It was a matter of putting the work in and wanting it. When I was younger, all I wanted was the streets. I recently completed algebra with a B+. Although that class wasn't for credits, I was happy with this grade. I was never good at math, especially algebra. That just proved to me that whatever I set my mind on and focus, I can accomplish. I currently have a 3.92 grade point average. My reentry plan is full of opportunities. Upon my release, I'm looking forward to continuing my education. I plan to enroll at Three Rivers Community College in Norwich, Connecticut. I'm passionate about one day being able to say I'm a college graduate. I intend to seek employment at Pursuit Aerospace in Berlin, Connecticut. I have the contact information for the Director of Human Resources, Holly Tannehill, to inquire about any openings. My fiancée, Jahida, will provide transportation to work and school as needed until I obtain my driver's license. After securing a valid Connecticut driver's license, I also plan on obtaining my commercial driver's license from NETS or All-State Driving School. I will also continue to look for employment/training grants with Workforce Initiative and Community Act to assist me financially. I'm fortunate to have a lot of positive support in the community. I'm looking forward to seeking advice from friends of mine who were previously incarcerated and doing well. Donnie Moore is an excellent example of someone I would like to emulate. He decided to put the streets behind him and has told me he has never been happier. Donnie went home and worked 3 jobs until he was able to obtain his CDL. Within 2 years, he became a homeowner. Eric Ham was incarcerated for over 25 years. He also went home, obtained a CDL, and is now an owner-operator. Donnie and Eric have expressed their willingness to help me reintegrate into society. My mom and sister are also huge supports for me. They have been there for me since the beginning of my sentence. As I mentioned earlier, without my mom, I don't know if I would have ever chosen to seek a path of change. My sister has always been a symbol of hope and perseverance. She is a sergeant in the Army National Guard and the first in the family to own a home. My fiancée, Jahida, is a huge part of my reintegration. She is a homeowner and willing to open her doors to me. We will eventually get married after I'm released because I love her and it fulfills a religious obligation, which is important to me. I view marriage and its oaths as something that will bring stability to my life. It will add clarity and help me focus on my goals. In the last couple of months, I have reconnected with my biological father. At first, I didn't know where to begin. When he tried to apologize, I told him I forgive him. Forgiveness allows me to not be anchored to the past and allows me to move forward. I take full responsibility for my actions and the crime I committed. I am truly remorseful for the impact my actions had on the victim's family and my family as well. My irresponsible actions resulted in the loss of a life. I never want to minimize the pain of the victim's family. I am far removed from that 18-year-old that was sentenced in 2002. I am aware that my actions can never be undone. I am truly remorseful for my actions. That remorse drives me daily towards being a better person. Every step I take in a positive direction moves me further away from the person I once was. I have reached a point in my development and rehabilitation where I'm able to say that I am thankful for prison. Without prison, I probably would not have become the man I am today. Without prison, my mother, sister, fiance, nephews, and friends would have never met the person I have grown into, the type of person that had an impact on people and helped them to not become statistics of recidivism. While I cannot control if I'm ever forgiven, I can control what I choose to do with my life. Remorse is reflected in the man I have chosen to become, a man that continuously works to be a better person. I am fully confident that I'm ready to reintegrate society and be the law-abiding citizen that my family and friends know I will be. Thank you again for this hearing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. We appreciate the effort that you put into preparing that statement. You covered a lot of detail, perhaps even answered some of the questions we had prepared for you, but we're going to go ahead and take turns asking you the questions that we have, and we'll begin with my colleague, Ms. Palmieri.
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Gonzalez. I echo the
Good
chair's
morning.
statements that your opening statement really did provide just a wealth of information into your maturation over the years and your goals going forward. We're so pleased when people put that sort of information on paper and are able to provide it in a way that you did. You did mention the offense. You did mention what was happening at the time. As you know, it was a number of years ago. We're not going to retry the case today, but we do need to talk about it in some respect. There was a loss of life, and you at one point were friends with the victim, as you mentioned in your opening statement, living with him. So my indication from reading the reports is that the victim was shot twice. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And he was shot a second time from outside the car.
Yes.
You did not really mention that piece in your opening statement. Can you talk about that particular part of the offense for me? Because my question is, you were already outside the car. Why are you firing? What propelled you to fire back into the car?
When I got out the car, I fired again, and that was just, I really feared that for my life and that he would come after me or my family.
And after you fired from outside of the car, what did you do?
I ran, eventually went to my sister's house.
And when you were interviewed by the police, you said you went to the police station, you were interviewed, and they released you. Is that
Yes.
accurate? Okay.
Yes.
And what did you tell the police in your interview?
Well, I confessed to the crime.
Okay. And they let you leave at that point?
Yes, they dropped me off themselves back at my sister's house.
And tell me about a little bit after you go to the police department, you're interviewed, you tell them what's your version of what happened. And then is it after that or before that you were arrested for selling drugs?
After.
After. Okay. So give me a little bit of insight into your mind, into how you were thinking at the time. You just been interviewed, confessed to killing the victim, shooting the victim, causing his death, and then you went out and you were selling drugs. Why is that?
It's like, I was already in the mindset like where I'm coming. I knew I was coming to jail, didn't know when, and I was just trying to earn some money.
Okay. And you have been incarcerated now since 2004?
2002.
2002.
Yes, I was sentenced in 2004.
Okay, so just about 22 years. And you certainly have grown a lot since that time, since the age of 18, not just in age, but as you pointed out, maturity. We won't go through all the programs that you've completed. I thought you did a really, you had a lot of insight into the domestic violence program, and you talked briefly about the alternative to violence program. I was on your prior hearing for the commutation, and I did go back to my notes and listen to the hearing. So I did recall the impact that the commercial cleaning business had and what you learned from that. So I thought we would talk just a little bit more in depth about the alternative to violence program, since that is something that you've done since that hearing in 2003 or 2002, excuse me. So that's a program that you volunteer for.
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about, what did you learn from that program? I heard you mention communication.
Yeah, that program was really helpful because, like I said, it was a program where you have to participate. We sat in a circle, so everybody had their turn. So And what I learned was that people would come up to me, and the fact that I spoke, because like I said, I'm nervous when it comes to speaking in front of people in crowds. I want to develop that skill. But what I learned was by me speaking, I was actually helping people there, whether I knew it or not. They'll tell me in a block. You know, we had to take on we had exercises where to remember each other's names, we picked a letter. So my name became Positive Pete, Pete for Pete. They call me Pete, it's my nickname. So now everybody's calling me Positive Pete in the hallway. So it was a really good program. And I learned a lot about the biggest thing in that program is about transforming power in times of conflict.
Can you explain that a little bit?
Transforming power. So it's like say if there's a conflict or I'm like how a situation is going down, like transforming the power, like being able to think in the situation. Like I made the example about the weight room, for example. I was able to see that and have insight into what was really going on with that individual's head at the time, because he really thought they were trying to bully him out of the weight room. But it was really a rule. You can only have 15 people in the weight room. So that's a situation.
I thought your example of the situation in the weight room helped kind of outline how you're thinking now. How long ago did that happen? How long ago was that situation?
So I was in Brooklyn for that, so it was about a year ago, if that.
You mentioned briefly also that you were a peer mentor, or you are a peer mentor.
No, I signed up to be a peer mentor. That was for the alternative to violence.
Okay. That never came to fruition?
Never came to, that was in Brooklyn.
You know, as you said in your opening statement, you don't see yourself any longer as that impulsive, reckless young person that you were when you came into prison. And certainly, as we all know, when we look at the disciplinary history, we do see that shift. We do see that person that's thinking about the consequences of his actions. So you see yourself as a different person, is that correct?
Yes, yes, I do.
All right. Give me a little bit of insight into how you see yourself going forward. How do you describe yourself now?
Well, now the biggest thing is being a man that's principle centered, right? Those are laws that don't change, right? Honesty doesn't change. You can't argue against honesty. You can't argue against being trustworthy. These are things that I try to work towards with my development over the years, working on myself, you know, and it has shown, like when officers come and they hire me without me even putting an application, it just shows me that what I'm doing and the direction I'm going in, I'm going in the right direction.
Have you had any difficulties since the last hearing?
No.
Okay. And you went through your release plan that talked about living with your girlfriend. And the last hearing, I believe you mentioned going to a halfway house.
Yes.
And why has that changed? Why do you think it would be more beneficial for you to live with your girlfriend?
So in the last hearing, it was more the chairperson.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gonzalez. The last hearing, I will go back to my notes. It says you were going to live with your sister.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And it was Giles that recommended the halfway house. It was. Yeah.
So you want to live with your girlfriend?
Yes. And a big part of that for me is just my sister and mother live in West Haven, which is like really close. It's right there with New Haven. So for me, it's just more about being intentional and being away from New Haven.
And I think that your plan for employment and your goals are reasonably set. They're certainly obtainable. Why have you looked at aerospace pursuit as an opportunity for employment?
Because pursue aerospace is already it's a job that already they offer jobs to inmates currently incarcerated. They have programs, but also in the community they have a second chance program, and they're big on like reintegration and giving people with felonies opportunities to advance through training and etc.
Okay. And what do you think you need in the community other than employment and a stable place to live? What else do you think would be beneficial?
I would say like going to programs out there. I plan on going to college, so I'm going to do that as long as my employment.
What kind of programs do you think would be helpful for you in the community?
I would say like going to therapy.
Is there anything else we should talk about, Mr. Gonzalez?
No.
Covered a lot of ground in your opening statement, so I do not have any additional questions. I'm set now here.
Okay, so Mr. Gonzalez, your sponsor is actually your fiance, and you've known her 2 years?
It's going on 2.
Okay, how did you meet?
I met her through while I was at Brooklyn CI. I was incarcerated with her son. So her son would speak so highly of me and the way I was helping him, and she wanted to meet me. So from there, our relationship just blossomed, and so it is today.
Okay, so you're going to go out and go from basically a long distance relationship to cohabitating with somebody you've never even dated.
Yes.
So if at any point there's a strain in your relationship that you need to take a few steps back and do, the more like dating kind of thing, talk to your parole officer if you're granted today. They can put you in a halfway house. It concerns me that you would have changed from a halfway house to a fiance of 2 years. You're engaged to somebody that you haven't had the freedom to spend time with in any kind of normal or natural dating context. So, I think that that as a decision is a bit questionable. So I'll just put it out there. So what would you be doing at Pursuit Aerospace? Do you know what the job itself is?
The jobs themselves, I know there's a lot of different tasks based on your skill level, but I know that they make parts for airplanes. So I don't know exactly, what I would be doing, but I know you can go from anywhere to threading bars for axles.
Okay, so manufacturing in some capacity in the
manufacturing.
process. Okay, so why do you want a CDL? If you want to pursue a degree in business, what's attractive about a CDL?
Just the fact that I can earn a good amount of money and actually be on the road. Like I said, like my friends, I know a lot of friends of mine that went home and took that path and they're doing well. So I just look at it as a good opportunity for me.
Of lifestyle.
Yes.
So before you, when will you complete anger management?
So it's slated to be done by the end of December.
You had, in interviewing with the parole officer, suggested that you'd like to take anger management out in the community. Do you think that would be a beneficial program for you?
Yes.
In addition to the counseling you want to do?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Ms.
You're
Jackson.
welcome.
So, Mr. Gonzalez, I would just like to go back and get a little clarification in one area that was a little bit concerning to me. You said that when you got in the car with the victim, you were in fear of him, but did he have a gun?
No,
And it's my understanding that he said to you, you're not going to leave on the car without giving him the gun, and unless you pop him. So, isn't that what you did when he said that to you?
yes, I did.
Okay. And then you got out the car and you fired a second shot.
Yes,
And so the first shot was in the abdomen. And then you got out the car and fired another one and took off. What did you think happened to him after the first shot?
after the first shot, I don't know. I don't know what's really his state, if he was deceased. I don't know. Well, I know, like, I was just in fear of, like, him, like I said, killing me, or he knew where my mom lived, where my family lived. I
But
knew
you
about
were
his
the one
past.
with the gun, Mr. Gonzalez.
Yeah,
Okay. So you talked about all the programs that you completed. You started the People Empowering People and Threshold. Do you remember why you didn't finish those two programs?
thresholds. Yeah, thresholds was like around 2012,
15?
15. Yeah, I don't remember the date. So when I started thresholds, they did something where the COs had training. So what they used to do, they would lock us down so the COs can train. So when they rescheduled the thresholds, they put it on a time when it was gym rec. And when I was at Cheshire, we really didn't get a lot of gym rec. So it was like, I kind of chose my gym rec over the program at the time.
Okay. And what about the People Empowering People?
People Empowering People, that program I never remember starting.
Oh, you didn't start that one.
Yeah, I never remember starting that program.
I thought I read that that's that one and the threshold you didn't complete. But
No
it was
threshold.
okay. All right. Thank you. You pretty much answered all the other questions that I had. And if not, my colleague, Ms. Smith-Palmieri answered them. So thank you.
You're
Madam Chair,
welcome.
if you would like to turn your virtual on, so I can start.
Ms. DeJesus, are you with us?
Good morning, board members. I do have the sister of the victim on the line. This is your opportunity to express to the board your wishes and concerns. I am to remind you that you were to address the panel member only, and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Sharon James. I am the sister of the victim. Originally, I had a letter, whole statement prepared, but after listening to the statement that was rendered to you all from the parolee or expected to be paroled person, I decided I was going to wing it because I know for me to go on, I have to forgive this person, but it's hard. The trajectory of my life has changed so much since this incident. My niece was not even able to come and make her statement. She was 2 years old when this happened. My brother was all I had. We lost our mother 4 years prior to my brother being killed. He was all I had. When I had to bury my baby brother, I buried a part of myself. And to sit back and listen to the statement and all the things that they want to do upon being released, I feel like that's so unfair because my brother didn't get a chance to do any of those things. He did not get a chance to raise his daughter. He didn't get a chance to see her graduate, in which she graduated with a 4.0. He didn't see her graduate from college. You know, it's just not fair. And I'm in fear of my life because I live here in New Haven, Connecticut. West Haven's not very far. And I work in West Haven. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much.
Before you leave us, could you tell me, do you spell your first name with a C or an S?
With an S.
S? Thank you.
H-E-R-A-A-N.
Thank you so much for your statement.
Thank you, Board Member.
The offender desires to sponsor to his fiancee in Groton. That's it all.
So at this time, the attorneys will be afforded an opportunity to make a statement. We'll begin with State's Attorney Doyle. Attorney Doyle, if you have any comments or statements you'd like to make, you may do so now.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the board for allowing me to address you here today. I apologize. I was just putting some notes together. I thought I was going to go after Attorney Bruce, but I will. I'm ready to go now. I think one of the things that was noted at the beginning of the hearing, but board member or Chairperson Palmieri did point out, is that we're here on a situation where, and I was present. I think it was back when we had the commutation hearing for Mr. Gonzalez, and so were you, Ms. Palmieri, and I can't remember who other board members were. But one of the things that is standing out to me is that in this matter, we're looking at the juvenile parole statute here, and an unusual situation. We have a young man who's already been given a benefit, exercised the extraordinary power of this board to commute a sentence. Judge Damiani imposed a sentence in 2004 of 30 years to serve. He noted that was an appropriate sentence for a young man who executed somebody in the city of New Haven in a car. This board exercising that power has given a great benefit to Mr. Gonzalez for the things that he's accomplished while he's been in custody. So now he is serving a 26.5-year sentence as opposed to the 3-year sentence, which for all practical purposes brought him, when that sentence was commuted, a little closer to this hearing today, because statutorily he would have to reach a certain amount of time before he would be eligible for that. So what I would indicate at the outset is that to be in opposition to him being put in parole, I would ask the court to listen to the panel, pardon me, to look at the history of the case, to look at the background of the case, to listen to the victim, and to balance a lot of competing interests, which I know that this board will zealously do as they take the responsibility seriously. But what I will point out again is he's already had the benefit of having a sentence reduced by 3.5 years. He's now doing a 26.5-year sentence. Math was not my strong suit. I'll leave that to the board and the parole officers, but he's 22 years into what is now a 26.5-year sentence, and he's looking to get released earlier. At the time that this occurred, as the board has noted, he was already on probation for selling narcotics, hadn't been involved in the drug trade, had been involved in the drug selling trade. I think it was already pointed out by the board in introducing this, that even after he committed this murder, he went back out into the drug trade. So he was no stranger to the drug trade. He's been involved in the drug trade for a number of years. Matter of fact, the records reflect, as part of this disposition, he also pled guilty to the drug offense that he committed after he committed the murder of Mr. James. So where we have a situation here where it's being proclaimed as some kind of quasi self-defense, I was in fear for myself or others, we have drug dealers with guns, which is a same old story, which occurs in the city of New Haven back in 2000, back in 2004, and occurs right up to this day, I will tell you. What I would also just want to note in the background is that I believe that I think that the board's got to balance a lot of things, and one of them is not deciding that when we need to resolve our problems, we don't call the police or authorities, we get a handgun and we take somebody out ourselves when we decide to shoot them. There were several points along in Mr. Gonzalez's recitation of the facts and his recitation in his admission to the police. There were times where he could have stepped away, could have called the police, could have done somebody instead of choosing to take Mr. James's life. During this panel was heard from Ms. Sharon James. She is the sister of the victim. She addressed Judge Damiani at sentencing. She noted that her defendant and the brother were friends. They were perhaps friends involved in criminal activity, but they were nonetheless friends. That this defendant had been in her home before and then subsequently took her brother's life. We also heard at one point at sentencing, this panel did not hear, but the transcript heard from the mothers of the victim's child. And somewhere out there is a young woman who does not have a father because this defendant made the choice of taking that individual's life. So when the board's going to be balancing what Mr. Gonzalez has or has not done while he's been incarcerated, I'd ask the board to also consider that young woman who's been out there without a father because the defendant made the choice rather than call the police, even if he was in a situation where he's concerned for his safety, he chose to take that other individual's life. Judge Damiani noted at sentencing the defendant's age, noted his troubled childhood, but made a very big point of saying it was no excuse for taking the life of another. It was mentioned earlier that this was some time ago. Yes, it occurred in the early 2000s. Yes, for a lot of people, it was a long time ago, but I'm sure for that young woman who doesn't have a father and that woman that had just addressed the panel shortly, it wasn't a short time ago. They live it every day. I hope to some extent Mr. Gonzalez does, but he probably does live it every day too. But it's a choice and a decision that he made. What I also want to just point out to the board is that I think that the board needs to, I apologize, one other matter. And I also should point out, and which wasn't brought up, and I don't know if the board has any knowledge of this, but I do think it's important to bring up. In 2015, in a habeas matter before the habeas court, several years after he was convicted, and this is in 2015, Mr. Gonzalez brought a habeas corpus matter petition proclaiming, among other things, that his lawyer was ineffective in not conducting a suppression hearing as related to his statement, failed to properly investigate the background of Mr. James, including his threats of violence, and that his lawyer failed to adequately present a self-defense on behalf of the petitioner at the trial. And I would quote the habeas court judge in ruling on that, which noted that to claim of self-defense on the facts of this case would have crashed and burned is a bit of an understatement. I'm not even sure a claim of self-defense would have made it off the runway. But I point that out to the board because where we have this acceptance of responsibility now, and we have the history of doing some positive things while he is in custody, which we all, and I know the board hopes that all inmates and individuals seeking to get released at some point do. What we have is an individual as recently as 5 years ago was trying to proclaim that, or pardon me, in 2015, proclaiming he had no responsibility for that. I'm not going to, the board is aware of the statute in which it acts under. The board is aware of the statute that addresses both 18-year-olds and 21-year-olds and the possibilities of getting parole at 60% of their sentences. My concern as a prosecutor and as a state's attorney is that I have a collection of young men returning to the streets that somehow individuals are informing them that if you do commit crimes such as this, especially murder, and let's be very clear, this is a murder. It's not a drug dealing, it's not a robbery, it's not a shooting going bad. This is the intentional taking of the life of another person. 54-300 of the Connecticut General Statutes, which deals with the Sentencing Commission, which also addresses the conditions that what factors the Board of Parole needs to take into account under its statutes, also refers to 54-300. And in that, notes the primary purpose of sentencing and to enhance public safety, hold an offender accountable to the community, not just to the victim, but to the community as a whole. Sentence should reflect the seriousness of offense and be proportional to the harm to victims and the community, not just the family of Mr. James. And the overriding goal is a reduction of criminal activity, the imposition of just punishment, and a lot of other factors, which I know this board will appropriately weigh. What I'm asking the board to weigh is that the life of a New Haven resident was taken, the life of a member of this community was taken by this individual, and I think that the sentence that he was imposed by Judge Damiani was fair, taking into account the commutation. It's the state's position that the juvenile parole should be denied. It may, I know he'll be, if you grant it today, he's going to be out soon. If you don't, he'll be back in 2 years. I know Mr. Gonzalez, in some point, whether you deny this or not, in the next 4 years, he'll be released. But I think that the sentence that he's imposed and the benefit of the commutation previously was more than appropriate. Thank you for allowing me to address you today.
Thank you, Attorney Doyle. At this time, Attorney Bruce, you have the opportunity to make any final remarks. You may do so now.
Thank you. We would like to thank the board for this opportunity to address the board regarding Mr. Gonzalez parole appropriateness. Just to address a couple of points briefly raised by the state. His commutation occurred prior to the passage of 23-169. So Mr. Gonzalez had no way to expect that this opportunity would be available to him at that time. And also given the math, the numbers associated with this sentence, that commutation didn't advance his parole eligibility pursuant to 23-169 either. I believe if the parole eligibility at 21 would have been in existence 4 years ago, he would have been eligible at 60%, which I think would have been 4 years ago. Ms. Moore and I have been working with Mr. Gonzalez for about a year. It's been a pleasure getting to know him. The way I just would describe Mr. Gonzalez is, among other things, he's very deliberative, he's very contemplative, he's very insightful, and he's very genuine. He's very thoughtful. He tends to think before he speaks. Mr. Gonzalez has demonstrated that he is no longer the young man governed entirely by impulse that he was in 2002. He has been ticket-free for the last 13 of his more than 22 years of incarceration, and he's been also employed consistently throughout over the last decade of his incarceration. He has always earned excellent work performance reviews. He has held a position of trust at the property room at Brooklyn CI. Mr. Gonzalez has taken full advantage of all available programs in DOC. He has begun working toward a college degree, maintaining currently a 3.92 GPA. He has discovered his faith in Islam, which has delivered him to a place of security and hope and responsibility. Mr. Gonzalez has repaired relationships with members of his family, in some cases demonstrating perhaps the hallmark traits of maturity and adulthood, the capacity to forgive and the capacity to be forgiven. He has a solid reentry plan regarding housing, employment, education, with a strong base of support within the community. In sum, he meets the statutory criteria for community supervision enumerated in Connecticut General Statute 54-125A G4 and Public Act 23-169. He has demonstrated that there is a reasonable probability that he will live and remain at liberty without violating the law. He has demonstrated the benefits to Mr. himself and society that would result from his release to community supervision substantially outweigh any identifiable benefit to his continued incarceration. Mr. Gonzalez has demonstrated substantial rehabilitation since he committed the offense for which he is currently sentenced. We therefore request that you, members of the board, grant his parole, and we would like again to thank you for your time and attention to this matter.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate the input from all concerned parties. We're going to discuss and make our decision, so please just give us a few minutes. Ms. Palmieri, you began.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for the record, I did hear Attorney Doyle and Attorney Bruce mention the elements that need to be considered when we do have these hearings. And I do have a list of the elements, because whenever I enter into these hearings, I have the list so that we can talk about them as we go through deliberation. And we're here today to determine suitability for parole. I do think that Mr. Gonzalez did benefit from the commutation hearing. He had a few years taken off of his sentence. And at the time, he was not aware that this juvenile reconsideration hearing would be something he would be eligible for at that time. Since that hearing, he has done some programs to continue his rehabilitative efforts. So to go through factors, he does have a disciplinary history. It does end in 2011, which I do think shows his maturity and his maturation over the years. At that time, he did begin his efforts at rehabilitation. He laid out what was sort of, as we would call, his aha moments, meeting with his mother and beginning his faith in Islam. He's taken programs that we want somebody that comes into the prison system at 18 years old to take, so to help him grow and become mature. He's taken, as pointed out, voices, tier 2 domestic violence, alternatives to violence. He touched upon a little bit of the commercial cleaning program that he also took, which is just not about developing skills throughout the community, but skills to be a good young person, a good person with good character and honesty, as you pointed out. I do think that Mr. Gonzalez has shown some growth through obtaining his GED, working on continuing his education. He has a release plan that includes reasonable, obtainable goals. He has, although he does want to live with his fiance at this point, he does have other options should that not work out. He certainly has had employment while in the Department of Corrections. I think that does prepare him to be a good employee in the community, which shows dependability and initiative and the skills to go out and find a job. I was looking at, in reading the transcript, I did note and quoted Judge Damiani as saying, society needs to be protected from you. And that was back in 2004 when Mr. Gonzalez sentenced. I'm not sure that that is still the case. I think that Mr. Gonzalez has, through the help of the Department of Corrections, with the programming that he's taken and his own determination to get into a number of programs, has shown offender change, has shown maturity, and I would, for all those reasons, be in favor of granting his discretionary parole. I do want to say that, he did express remorse, regret. It will never change that the victim is no longer able to enjoy the things that the victim's sister pointed out, a life of being a father, being a brother. And unfortunately, we cannot change that. And whether Mr. Gonzalez is paroled to the community today or released in the future, that will not change. One of the difficulties with these types of cases is there's no community supervision. So in addition to believing that Mr. Gonzalez is suitable for parole today, I do also believe that some time in the community under community supervision will benefit not just Mr. Gonzalez, but the community as a whole. That's it.
Okay. So I think we witnessed a real act of grace here with a gesture of forgiveness from the sister of the victim in this case. And I hope that Mr. Gonzalez has some strong appreciation for that. What I would add to your comments, Ms. Palmieri, is that the granting of the commutation in December of 2022, as we've pointed out, reduced the sentence by 3.5 years. And what it really did was afforded him additional programming opportunities. It brought him closer to his release date. And he embraced that with the Tier 2 program and understanding domestic violence, both of which were completed in 2023, the year that this juvenile reconsideration statute expanded to cover the years of ages 18 to 21. What also impresses me is that Mr. Gonzalez, when he was interviewed by the parole officer, said that he wanted anger management out in the community. And that was something that he was asking for, were he to be granted, before he was even placed in it there in the Osborn Correctional Facility. And I'm pleased to hear that he is taking it. I would add to your comments about the employment and the skill development is that, you know, he's held a variety of positions as he detailed to us, silk screening, marker shop, barber, tierman, and the counselor clerk. He also brought up the fact that he got property duties in Brooklyn. So he's shown some versatility in a variety of different capacities and developed a work ethic that resulted in many excellent evaluations in the various capacities that he served. So I too would go back to the comment about accountability to the community. You know, and what we have to weigh in our decision making is this is an individual at a very young age who got a flat sentence, no intention of supervision to follow. He's been out of the community for more than 2 decades now, and the world has changed tremendously. So I feel it's in the best interest of community safety and accountability for Mr. Gonzalez to ensure that he does keep his focus on his goals, his education, and living correctly in society by affording him time under supervision, the higher level of supervision parole provides. Ms. Chance?
Okay, so I have to say I agree with what both of my colleagues have said. But I did hear the victim's comment, and I agree with the chair that she was very generous in her remarks about needing to forgive Mr. Gonzalez. So for me, you know, Mr. Gonzalez responded and answered the one concern that I had today, and it was about the actual shooting. So I appreciated him doing that. So for me, based on Mr. Gonzalez's overall engagement in positive behavioral programs that address his risk and needs, his educational and vocational achievements, and his genuine remorse for the impact on the victim's family and, you know, the impact on his community, has certainly demonstrated his rehabilitation today and his suitability. So I'm in agreement.
Okay. So as far as conditions, I have mental health evaluation and treatment as being necessary, behavior management for anger management, no contact with the family of Mr. James, specifically his sister. We also know of the mother of his child. And I would say halfway house placement if needed, since there still needs to be a home study. Did you have anything in addition?
No.
Ms. Chance, anything to add?
No?
Madam Chair, you don't mind, can I just clarify the no contact? Is that no contact with the victim or a general no contact stipulation?
With the family of the victim.
Okay.
All right. So in the matter of Wilfredo Gonzalez Jr., there is a inmate number 289303. There is a motion to grant parole on or after today's date of December 2nd, 2024, with the following conditions for your supervision. You're to have a mental health evaluation and engage in treatment as deemed necessary. You're to participate in behavior management for anger management. You're to have no contact with the family of the deceased, Bobby James, and halfway house placement if needed. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. This concludes the public act 23-169. For Wilfredo Gonzalez, inmate number 289303, and it is 10:15 a.m.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're probably familiar. Once they log on, the camera will find him. Hopefully it focuses on somebody.
If that's Attorney Brown in the room, could you please ask the officer to come in for a moment?
He's coming. Thank you.
They can't see you because,
Morning, officer. I just wanted to get the equipment turned on with you, since I know that we need DOC staff to touch the equipment.
Okay, everything seems to be okay. Are you okay on your end?
Yep, the camera was just off and the room was unmuted.
Oh, okay.
I think I have permission to press the buttons here, so we'll be good. Should I mute it until we start? Is that okay?
Nope, only the officer would be touching the equipment.
Okay, well, this is,
But you can mute until we start as long as the officer comes back in.
All right, what are we doing? Are we muting?
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna mute, okay?
Thank you.
Are you guys still waiting on Mr. Johnson?
If you get the officer to unmute, thank you.
Oh, he had.
Okay,
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Wengertsman. Today is Monday, December 2nd, 2024, and this is the Public Act 23-169 hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. For the record, Mr. Johnson, the state of Connecticut passed and made effective October 1st of 2023, Public Act 23-169. It's an act concerning parole eligibility for an individual serving a lengthy sentence for a crime committed before the individual reached the age of 21 and criminal history records erasure. You fall under this act, and this means that you are under the age of 21, that the board shall give great weight to the diminished culpabilities of juveniles as compared to adults, the hallmark features of youth, and any subsequent growth and maturity that you displayed while we are reviewing you for suitability today. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Deborah Smith-Palmieri.
Joy Chance, good morning.
Thank you, board members. Also present this morning, we have Attorney Marisa Hall. Attorney Hall, if you can please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record.
Yes, Attorney Marisa Holm, juris number 426-582 with the law firm of Brown and Patterson. We're at 1233 Silestein Highway in Weathersfield, Connecticut.
Thank you very much. And the gentleman who's with you, sir, can you please also state your name and introduce yourself for the record?
Good morning. My name is Michael Brown of Brown and Patterson. My juris number is 432-702 and also 1233 Celestine Highway. Good morning.
Thank you very much. Also present, we have State's Attorney John Doyle. Mr. Attorney Doyle, if you can also please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record.
Yes, John Doyle from the Office of the State's Attorney, New Haven, Connecticut, 235 Church Street. My juris number is 415543. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you. Also present, we have Office of Victim Services, Ms. DeJesus with us today. Mr. Johnson, can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Carvaughn Johnson, 284952.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing in accordance with Chapter 14, Freedom of Information Act, Connecticut General Statute 1-200, which applies to this procedure. Mr. Johnson, if you have any questions concerning the above, please bring your questions to the attention of the panel at this time. Again, this is a public hearing. Mr. Johnson, do you have any questions and are you willing to proceed?
No questions. I'm ready.
Thank you very much. So as previously stated, this is a Public Act 23-169 hearing. It's being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Carvaughn Johnson, inmate number 284952. Mr. Johnson is serving a sentence of 27 years flat with no probation followed for murder and no pistol permit. There is victim input in this case. There is also an offender accountability plan in place that has been reviewed and shows that he has completed the following programs, which includes alternatives to violence, basic and advanced voices, good intentions, bad choices, and smart recovery. He's currently in the college Pell Grant program and maintains a job assignment. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score in the RT falls with the moderate majors for recidivism. Mr. Johnson, this is now your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole, and you may begin.
I just want to preface this with saying that we have this hearing for 90 minutes and we'll conclude by noon.
Thank you.
Before I continue, I would like to say that I am grateful for this opportunity and want to thank the board for the time and attention given to my application. I also want to thank God for watching over me and guiding me through this devastating chapter of my life. Without his divine intervention and the strength he has granted me, I would not be standing here today. Most importantly, I would like to offer my most sincere apologies to Mrs. Johnson and her entire family for the immense pain and suffering they have endured and continue to endure. I hope that my presence or my words does not offend anyone here today. I know that it can't be easy to go through this again. Throughout my incarceration, I have been committed to personal growth and rehabilitation. Around 2007 and 2008, I experienced a profound shift in my mindset. I realized the importance of education, self-improvement, and I began to take significant steps towards transforming my life. I stopped receiving disciplinary tickets and started focusing on ways to contribute positively to the prison community. This led to me becoming a tutor for Mr. Shagnon at McDougall Correctional Institution, where I have dedicated my time and helped both young and older inmates obtain their high school diplomas. This role was incredibly fulfilling and reinforced my belief in the power of education as a tool for change. After tutoring for several years and helping countless inmates obtain their high school diploma, I was forced to find a new job because I was only allowed to be a tutor for a certain amount of time. While volunteering in the infirmary as a barber, nursing supervisor Aaron Dolan offered me a job as a janitor in medical. I stayed working in medical for over a decade. What I liked most about working in medical was that I was able to interact with the patients and nurses. I would sit with the dementia patients for hours, feeding them, listening to them tell stories about their families. I would check on several patients when I wasn't busy cleaning up biohazard waste in the dialysis unit or somewhere else in the facility. I realized later on that working in medical also helped me deal with my anxiety. Being around patients was therapeutic for me. After my commendation, I continued my journey of self-improvement by enrolling in college and founding a nonprofit organization called Guided by Purpose Reentry. This initiative aimed to support other inmates in their educational and personal development. Throughout my time at McDougall Walker Correctional Institution and after my transfer to Osborn Correctional Institution in August 2023, I have remained committed to helping fellow inmates achieve their educational goals. I have been actively involved in all available programs listed on my offender accountability plan, including Alternative to Violence Basic and Alternative to Violence Advanced, Voices, Good Intentions, and Bad Choices in Prime, where I have served as a mentor from November 22nd, 2023 to June 14th, 2024. These programs have been instrumental in my personal growth. For example, AVP and Voices challenged me to step out of my comfort zone and engage in discussions about issues that I wouldn't normally address in front of others. Prime in particular has been an excellent program that allows me to interact with young inmates who are either entering prison for the first time or returning for violations. In these group settings or one-on-one interactions, I often get asked, how did you manage to do over 2 decades in prison? My response is always the same. I put God first and lean on my family for mental support. This balance has been crucial in maintaining my mental and emotional well-being. Through these experiences, I have learned that no one is perfect, but we should strive every day to become better individuals and make positive impact on those around us. By participating in these programs and working diligently on self-improvement, I have developed the ability to offer valuable advice and guidance. When I encounter situations where I cannot provide assistance, I direct individuals to someone who can help. This approach has strengthened my sense of community and responsibility. If I am granted parole, I have clear and structured goals for my future. My short-term goal, I aim to secure employment soon as I am released by contacting Holly Wazalewski, who is a reentry and community outreach coordinator. Also, I can contact Rosalind Biggins, who owns Priceless Decisions. This business helps secure employment for individuals involved in criminal justice system. The China Williams is also willing to provide employment for me at her company, Perceptions, Photographs, and Decor. Also, I can contact Ray Boyd, who has a reentry program called Next Level Empowerment. I plan to continue my education to complete my associate's degree in business administration and human services. I plan to attend therapy sessions twice a month to address stress, anxiety, and any other issues that may arise as I reintegrate into society. My long-term goal is to obtain a bachelor's degree in business administration and human services. I'm eager to spend time with my family, who has been a constant source of support throughout my incarceration. Meeting my nieces and nephews in person, whom I have only seen through video visit, will be a particularly joyous occasion. Furthermore, I am committed to continue my work with Guided by Purpose Reentry Initiative, the nonprofit organization I co-founded. In my role as Director of Education, I will be focused on helping formerly incarcerated individuals achieve their high school diplomas and encouraging them to pursue higher education or focus on getting a trade just like I have. My mission is to inspire others to create brighter futures for themselves and their families. Upon release, I believe that it would be beneficial to transition to a halfway house to help me acclimate to life outside of prison. Having spent more than half of my incarceration and never held a job outside of prison, I anticipate that many aspects of daily life will be new to me. However, with the skill, knowledge, and resources I have acquired, I am confident in my ability to navigate these challenges successfully. I am determined to apply what I have learned to prevent any possibility of returning to prison. I would like to thank the board once again for considering my case. This opportunity to reintegrate into society is a rare and precious one, and I am hopeful that I will be granted the chance to demonstrate my commitment to living a responsible, productive, and positive life. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Johnson. We appreciate that you took the time to prepare that statement. It was nicely detailed. And we've read the available documents and prepared questions for you, many of which I think you answered in your opening statement. Are you ready to proceed with the questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Terrific. I'm going to begin. So I think what you had meant to say was that you've spent over half your life incarcerated because you are 42, correct?
Yes.
And you've served 23 years of this 27-year sentence.
Yes.
Okay. So you were originally, just to put the facts out there, sentenced to 43 years after being found guilty at a second trial. The first was a mistrial.
Yes.
And in June of 2022, you had a commutation hearing, and they reduced your 43-year sentence to 27 years.
Yes.
And that has brought you closer to a discretionary parole hearing, although you would have been eligible under the 23-169 statute if it had existed at 60%, which you hit in 2018.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm curious what you want to do with your bachelor's degree, because I've read that you're interested in getting a CDL. What do you hope to pursue with your bachelor's degree? What field and what kind of work?
Well, I was going to use it towards my nonprofit. I like counseling. I was leaning towards the human services side of it.
And I read a little bit about Guided by Purpose. What year was that founded?
We started it before COVID, and then once the Vice President Perry got released, Then we started it probably a little bit after COVID.
So around 2022?
Yes,
Okay. And the CEO, Brian Jordan, was he formerly incarcerated as well?
yes, he is.
And I assume that your work as a tutor is going to bring a lot to that nonprofit work. But you will also maintain gainful employment. Tell me, what do you understand the job would be at Perceptions Photography and Decor?
Well, she told me a little bit about it, but I have to talk to her a little more about it. But I'm not sure exactly what I'll be doing, but whatever she needs me to do, I'll do it. I'll be there.
Okay.
I'll be available.
What has she explained to you about it so far?
Well, we only had a brief conversation. It's probably about a couple minutes, and it was through somebody else. But she told me, and I asked.
How did you connect with her?
Huh? I connected with her through a friend.
Your friend?
I connect with her through a friend.
Okay. So my impression is that this must be like a staging where you know, someone has a house for sale and they fill it with, you know, furniture and take pictures to market the property. Is that what we're talking about?
I'm assuming so.
Okay. Right. So, you are serving a sentence for murder and you received 5 years for not having a pistol permit when they recovered the firearm in your bedroom. But it's my understanding that despite being convicted at trial, you deny that you shot and killed this 16-year-old victim. Is that the case?
Yes, it is.
So why do you believe you were found guilty?
Poor representation.
Okay, and what did you do about that in the 23 years you've been serving?
Well, I just been trying to better myself. Just trying to make myself the best that I can be.
Did you do anything to address the conviction? Any habeas motions?
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood the question. I'm sorry. I fought a habeas in 2008, and it got overturned in 2013, and then it was overturned back later on.
Did you seek a sentence modification?
Yes.
When was that?
I'm still waiting.
All right, so you are end of sentence in approximately June of 2029.
Yes.
And you have no supervision to support your transition, and you also have no sponsor. Is that correct?
I have sponsors, but I prefer to go to the halfway house.
I always find that positive plan in terms of becoming an adult out in the world, which you didn't have a chance to do. So of the programs that you participated in, some of them you mentioned in your opening statement. What would you say had the biggest impact on your self-improvement and your growth?
I would say alternative to violence and voices and pride. Even though I learned something from all of them, those was the main ones.
Okay, so talk to me about Voices, because, you know, it's a program that is supposed to help people appreciate the harm their actions cause, the impact of the crimes on those who suffer in the wider community. So talk to me about what mattered to you in the Voices program?
I was able to sit and talk about issues that, I normally wouldn't talk about in front of others. And I also listen to other people talk about issues too. And it kind of made me feel comfortable about opening up.
Okay, what stood out for you in Voices in terms of the impact of crime on those who are victimized?
Could you repeat that question again? I'm sorry.
The Voices program is intended to help people develop empathy and an appreciation for the harm that crime causes those who are victimized, who suffer as a result. So what of that program spoke to you, given that you have apologized as you did at sentencing, but still denied that you committed this crime?
I apologize at sentencing, not for the crime. I apologize for everything that the parent was going through in the family. But that program kind of helped me to see both sides of it.
So you blame your conviction on poor representation. I also read that you felt the witness lied.
Yes, he did.
Were you present when Mr. Strong was killed?
No, I wasn't.
So this was not an argument over the stolen bicycle?
I mean, that was earlier on. That was probably 2 weeks before, something like that.
Why did you have a gun in your bedroom?
I just had it. I have no reason for saying, I just had it. It wasn't for, I just had it in my room. I shouldn't have had it, but I had it.
Did you have it because you were selling drugs in the community?
No, that's not why I had it.
Okay. Were you selling drugs in the community?
At that time, no, but previously, yes.
Well, I didn't mean in the moment, but that was part of how you supported yourself?
Yes.
Took care of your needs?
Yes.
Did the Voices program help you appreciate the harm caused to the entire community through the sale of illegal drugs?
Yes, it did.
Can you talk a little bit about that?
I was sitting in that program, I understood that me providing poison to the people in my community and how much I hurted them. I mean, I had time to sit and actually think about it.
Do you appreciate the harm is greater than to the person you're selling the drugs to, but to everybody in their lives, their children and family who probably need the money for food and, basic necessities?
Yes, it's a trickle effect.
You used marijuana on a daily basis yourself?
Yes, I used it for when I went to school, when I was in high school.
Why?
Couldn't focus. I always paid attention to a lot of stuff that was going on around me, and I just couldn't concentrate on the work. So I smoked marijuana and it calmed me down.
What were the drugs that you were selling in the community?
Cocaine.
And you yourself did not use that substance?
No, I didn't.
So you, through the Prime program, are in contact with young offenders. What strategies do you use to help them open up to want to talk to you?
My past experiences. Depending on what they tell me, then I could go from there. But a lot of times I came across people that came in from violations. I saw them probably about 2 times in a year. And then they couldn't figure out why they kept coming to prison. And they talked to me about it. I said, you're doing something wrong. It's something that's not right. You got to figure it out. And it all boiled down to a girlfriend or something like that.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying that in your work with young offenders, you share your story, and because they listen to your story, then they open up to you about their own circumstances?
Yes.
Do you have any techniques that you use to help them open up? Because I imagine some of them have a lot of walls up.
Yeah, sometimes it be it's better when it's just you one-on-one with them. It's easier for them to open up versus being around a crowd of people and telling all their personal business.
And the program affords that? It's not all group setting?
Most of the time it is, but they have like the library part of the building. You could go in there and there'd be probably a few guys in there. We talk about that a lot. You know, we go in there and talk about whatever's bothering them or what forced them to come back to prison.
Why do you think your life went down the path that it did?
Environment, probably. Some decisions that I made.
I was glad to see that you intend through the halfway house to leave New Haven behind. I think that's positive.
I think so too.
So at sentencing, you were referred to as a bully. What did that feel like?
It's insulting, hurtful.
So in all this self-reflection and self-improvement, did you have to face that as a part of who you were out in the community?
Could you repeat that again? I'm sorry.
So you've engaged in, as you described it, growth, rehabilitation, self-improvement during this period of incarceration. Mm-hmm. At any point in that process, did you face that you carry the label of bully and look at that, look to resolve that about yourself and how you were in the community?
I faced it. And I felt horrible that I was called that. And I just, from there, I just try to make myself the best that I could be. I just did every program that I could possibly do. Even programs that I wasn't supposed to take, I still took them.
Did you end up finding any truth in that label as you were, redefining yourself and who you are?
No truth in that label. I beat myself up about it for a while, but then, just let it go. There's nothing I can do about it. That's somebody else's opinion of me.
So you were out in the community, not working, not in school, living off of the sale of cocaine, and in possession of a firearm that you weren't licensed to have, and getting in fights and conflicts. It kind of sounds like a bully to me. What have I gotten wrong?
I was in adult education, and that was the only incident was with the bike. I never had an incident with anyone else.
What do you think is going to be your biggest challenge when you are released to the community?
Find an apartment.
Can you describe your support system for me?
I have my sister, I have a brother, uncles that that wants me to stay with them, but I decided not to.
They're all here in Connecticut?
My brother's in Pennsylvania, but everybody else is in Connecticut.
All right, well, thank you for talking with me, Mr. Johnson. I'm going to turn the opportunity over to my colleague, Ms. Chance.
Okay.
So, Ms. Johnson, I wanted to go back to ask you this question. Did you know the victim?
No, I didn't. I saw him around, but I didn't know him.
Okay, so I also want to go back to the question of mentoring that you said that you did with younger offenders. And I just want you to give an example of, you said you used your own acts of what you did to share with them.
Mm-hmm.
And so can you give an example of one negative act that you shared with them and how you helped them to open up and share what they did so that you can, tell them where they went wrong and what they need to do.
For instance, there was one guy that was in the group that he always kept getting into the fights. And he kept saying, "Oh man, I want to go to school." I said, "They're not gonna let you go to school. You keep fighting and getting into trouble." I said, "You just gotta sit back and take it easy, stay out of trouble. Then you could sign up to go to school." And then after that, he started cleaning up his act a little bit. And then I kept talking to him more and more as the groups go on. And then he ended up, before he could sign up for school, he ended up getting out and he went home. And I talked to him before he left. And I kept telling him, I said, "Man, this ain't where you want to be at." I said, "You ain't tired of being here away from your family?" I said, this is not the place you want to be. You got a young kid out there that needs you." So I spent more than half of my life in here. So I'm still trying to get out and get to my family. You got an opportunity to get to yours.
So what was it that you did that you shared with him that allowed him to open up?
I mean, I talked to him about personal issues. Probably like he had an issue with his parents.
No. So did you share an example of when you were in a fight with someone and what the result was and why he should no longer do that? Or did you share a DR that you got into trouble and what you learned from it and how he can avoid it?
Yeah. I shared the incident that I got into a fight when I was in Osborn. And I told him about the incident that happened. And I told him that it should have never happened, but it happened. And I told him that that's not really the way to go about it. Next time you come across something like that, just take a deep breath and think about it.
Did you also share with him that the fact said you're serving the sentence for something that you didn't commit, for a crime you didn't commit?
I told him that. Right before he went home. We talked about it. He said, he asked me, "How did you do all that time in here?" And I told him. I said, "I just leaned on my family for support." I said, "Most people that go through what I went through don't have family left to talk to." I said, "I was fortunate enough to still have people in my corner that love me."
So how did you resolve that you're serving time for something that you didn't commit?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
How did you resolve the fact that you're serving this lengthy sentence for a crime you didn't commit?
I didn't resolve it, I'm still dealing with it. I deal with it every day. Like it's never resolved. I'm always gonna live with this. This is gonna be a part of my life forever. I just hope that one day I could be, get past this.
How do you plan to do that?
A lot of therapy, family support.
And you also said that you applied for a sentence modification.
Yeah. I didn't apply for it yet. I'm waiting.
Oh, you're waiting?
Yes.
Okay, the outcome of this hearing.
Yes.
Okay, all right, get it. So I know you want to utilize the reentry program. And you mentioned one person's name that I'm familiar with, and I just happen to know she's a very good person, and her name is Holly
Wazalewski.
Wazalewski. Yes. I happen to know her very well, so I don't know, what Miss Williams has for you, but if you do get the opportunity to go out, she is the person that you should really look to contact to assist you in your reentry efforts.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, your letter that you read was pretty self-explanatory, and the follow-up questions that Madam Chair had. I don't have any further questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Palmieri?
Thank you. So, Mr. Johnson, I just want to follow up on a couple of comments. So in your opening statement, you said you want to be a responsible, productive person. What does that mean, to be responsible and productive living in the community?
I just want to get out and live a regular life. Help out in the community as much as possible if I could.
Okay. And we hope that you will get back to the community. Whatever happens today, whenever you're back in the community. But when you think about being back home, right, being out in the community, what does it mean to you to be productive? What does that mean to you?
Helping others, helping younger inmates, helping younger guys that's in the community. Like one of my things that I really wanted to do was, once I got out and got my record clean, I wanted to go to the detention centers and talk to the kids. That was one of my things that I really wanted to do. I remember going to that detention center, and I remember not really having people come there and talk to me about a lot of stuff. Probably could have helped me. Could have changed my path in life.
Well, we certainly know a lot more today than we did, 23 years ago. Right?
Yeah.
Describe to me how would you describe yourself at age 19?
Young, blind to a lot of things in life, made a lot of bad decisions. Always caring, but made a lot of bad decisions.
And how would you describe yourself now?
Tired, thoughtful, always putting others first.
You know, very often when we have these hearings, did I cut you off? I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
You know, we look at, one of the things we look at is your disciplinary history. We see all the time young individuals who enter the Department of Corrections and are just wreaking havoc. You know, they can't figure out how to abide by the rules. They're angry about being there. And your disciplinary history settles right down at 2008. So what do you see as that transformation in yourself?
Well, I wanted to further my education, and I was told that as long as you keep getting into trouble, you can't go to school. But then I ended up getting my high school diploma, and then I went to sign up for college. Then they told me, oh, you couldn't go to college because you had too much time left on your sentence. So that's when I started tutoring.
You know, I would say, as somebody from the outside looking in, that you became this individual that got more thoughtful about your life, became more responsible for yourself, and you, as you said, you became this person that wanted to help others, and that's through tutoring.
Yes.
Right, and which morphed over into the medical unit.
Yes.
You know, you're not the first person that come before the board that talks about having worked in the medical unit and how that in itself transforms a person. You know, when you see others who are struggling and suffering, whether it's mentally or physically, you know, it helps you get beyond yourself.
Yes.
I was, as Ms. Turner, interested to look at this nonprofit that you have. And how do you see that? Is it up and running at all in the community?
It's up and running, but it's on hold right now.
Okay.
Depending on me and the president.
Okay. And what role do you see yourself playing in that?
I see myself being a program coordinator and the director of education. I really want to help. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I saw that you were the director of education when I looked at it, but go ahead. So program coordinator, director of education.
Yeah. And my goal is to later on come back into the facilities and talk to people, not just in lower levels, but in the level 4s too. Level 4 facilities. I feel that up there, they don't really get programs like they get in the lower levels, and it's needed up there.
Do you see yourself as a more mature, thoughtful person?
Absolutely.
And are you able to demonstrate thinking through the consequences when you talk with the younger inmates?
Yes.
When Ms. Turner asked you what you thought would be difficult for you in the community, and you said getting an apartment.
Yes.
You know, it may be difficult for you. I think that's more of a practicality type of difficulty. Can you think of it? What else will be a struggle for you in the community? What else might be challenging?
Probably having a job for the first time might be a challenge for me. Okay. I never held a job before, so that definitely might be challenging for me.
Well, I would say to you to remember things, to remember those evaluations that you received working in the medical unit that spoke about somebody that was respectful, professional, hardworking, prompt. Those are all characteristics an employee would hope to have. An employer would hope to have in an employee.
Mm-hmm.
I heard you mention anxiety a couple of times.
Yes.
Prior to being incarcerated, at times throughout incarceration. So I would say that maybe that's could be a little bit of a struggle for you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, sometimes I would imagine that after having been incarcerated as long as you have, that whatever your release date is, there'll be some sort of anxiety about being in the community. Can at times be overwhelming. Just the technology alone is overwhelming at times, you know, but bus schedules, train schedules, applications that are all done on the computer. It creates a lot of anxiety and sometimes fear. I heard you mention a lot of therapy. Have you thought about how you will get set up with something, with some type of mental health assistance in the community, some supports?
Well, actually, Holly Wazalewski, she has stuff in her reentry that provides that.
Does. And one of the, I'm happy as Ms. Chance is that you've connected with her. She has a host of, just a plethora of resources available, knows a lot of people, and I think has a pretty good sense of what it takes to transition to the community successfully. You know, and what some of the obstacles can be. But I also caution you that you have to recognize what your needs are in the community and advocate for yourself, right? Much as you do, I'm sure, at the facility, when you want to take programs, when you want to get into programs. If you don't speak up for yourself, put it out there that this is what you need or want, it may not happen. Okay, Mr. Johnson, thank you very much for answering my questions. I have nothing further.
Ms. DeJesus?
Good morning, board members. I do have the victim's family on the phone. This is your opportunity to express to the board your wishes and your concerns. I am to remind you that you are to address the panel members only, and you may begin. Good morning. Oh, go ahead, Mom. You can go.
You gonna go, Tamika, or you want me to go?
Go ahead, Mom. You can go. Go ahead.
Oh, good.
I'll go after you.
Okay, good morning, panel. My name is Patricia Williams. I am Marquise Strong, the 16-year-old. His name is Marquise Strong. I am his mom. On 2001, Carvaughn Johnson took the action in his own hand. I'm kind of confused sitting here because the first time I heard defendant go up when he got 17 years, taken off his sentence with a slap in the face because he picked up a book and read. He had his GED. My son was in the 10th grade. He didn't get the chance to graduate from high school. He talked about his support from his family. When I want to see my son, I go to a grave site and there's no answers. I still can't figure out to this day why did he have to choose my son. And he said he's not a bully. He just sat there and did his little homework and wrote out this big old statement. He's sitting there lying. He has no remorse.
None.
When he got sentenced, he had the look on his face saying, so what? So what? And those was the words that I heard from his mouth. When I was on my porch, and I didn't know it was him and another fella walked down my street while I'm sitting there with my family. Don't know one day from the next. And my daughter approached him and asked him, why did he kill my son? He said, so, I don't want to be disrespectful, but I'm going to say F-U-C-K, what?
Yep.
So what? He has no remorse. He's using this system. He's manipulating everyone. I've not heard not one word that he took responsibility of anything. of anything. And before he's saying he was 19, my son was 15 when he fought him. 15. And because of the fact my daughter called the police on him, that's why he's upset. He's not upset because he's sitting in jail. He's upset because the police was called on him, and my son told. That's why he was upset. And where he lived at, I never lived there. I moved there to move my children out of the projects, trying to give them a better life living in a house so that they can see when you go out in the world to work, this is what you work hard for. Because I didn't know him and know who he was, he did bully my son. I was growing grass in my front yard at that 429 Huntington Street. He took his dirt bike and drug all the grass up. I didn't know who he was. I just moved there. And the fact that he's talking about the choices he made, he just got out of jail. He didn't know my son from Adam and Eve because we just moved there. My son had no problem with nobody. He went to school, he came home. He went to school, he came home. He has all the opportunities to pick up a phone and call somebody and say, can you accept this collect call? And hear somebody else's voice. My son had the same right he feels that he going to all these programs is because he has nothing else to do. He's not sitting there thinking about what he did. He's not sitting there to see how can he accept what he did. He's not sitting there to try to, I heard nothing that he said to people to improve themselves. All I heard him do is repeat what somebody else said. Mm-hmm. All he did was whatever someone said, all he did was repeat it and agreed. He said nothing. He answered nothing. He beat around the bush. He don't have an answer because when you're guilty of something, you don't have an answer on why. I was the first time my anxiety, he said anxiety. Yeah, my anxiety, I couldn't get out the words. But when I got off the phone, I said, they really took 17 years off this man's sentence because he picked the book up and read and got his GED. And when my son had the opportunity to go across the stage and get a high school diploma, and he took that from him, I don't understand all these rights. It's a slap in the face. It's a slap in the face to, I'm not speaking for only myself, I'm speaking for all the victims. So what I'm hearing is that, okay, go out and commit the crime because we're going to let you out. In jail. He's not tired of accepting what he's done. He's just tired of being there. He's tired of being there. He don't want to accept what he done. He did not apologize to me at the court, at the sentence. He was standing there. He was furious. He was looking like he wanted to get something and harm someone else. He had nothing in his face. All he had in his face was anger, and all he seen was blood. He can say what he had want to say to you guys, to convince you guys that this person that turned his whole life around, and stop talking about God because I'm a Christian. God forgive, yes, he does. God help those that want to help themselves, yes, he does. But to commit and act like that, you got to go to God for forgiveness. I didn't hear him not one time to ask for forgiveness. Whether you've done it or not, it's not for the person, it's for you. Not one time did you ask for forgiveness. So you still stuck. He's still stuck. He's mad because he's in jail. He's mad because my son told on him. He fought my son. That was bad enough. You fought him, 15 years old. And the same gun that he slapped my son in the face with is the same gun he turned around and killed him with. And you're going to tell me he has right? Where is my son's right to live? Where was his right to live? You didn't give him no right. We don't make you do stuff like that. We do not make you focus on what you're supposed to do. So he coming up there with this sob story about his life. He don't understand what he's done. He's not taking responsibility of anything. He don't understand he destroyed 2 families, his own and mine. Whether his family will admit it to him or not, because I know how I would feel if my son was in jail for murder, or my nephew was in jail for murder, or my cousin was in jail for murder, or my brother was in jail. It would tear me apart. If it didn't tear them apart, then they're heartless just like him. I just can't seem to get it. So I got slapped in the face with the 17 years taken off. Now it seems like I'm going to get slapped in the face again. So I'm feeling that we're the ones, me and my family, is doing the time for him. We're the ones. And all the other victims that went through the court system. He's talking about health care. I've been in CNA for over 30 years. I've been there with dementia patients, Alzheimer's, patients that had psych problems. I've been there. I've been there when those patients was dying 4 at a time when COVID hit. I'm the one there holding their hands. So don't tell me anything when it comes to health care. I've been doing it for over 30 years, watching them come in and watching them go out in a body bag. So don't tell me that. My job is to squeeze them, give them their dignity and their respect. So don't come there because you picked up a little vomit or you sat there talking to a dementia patient that don't know you after 2 seconds.
Because he's supposed to serve his time without the possibility of parole. But because the law changed, they knocked 17 years off his sentence. Now he having another parole hearing.
I just don't understand it. I cannot understand why the victims have to pay the price. Make sense of it.
Okay.
That's all I ask. Make sense of it.
You finished?
Yeah, I'm done.
I would like to speak. I'm the victim. I went to school with the victim. I mean, not the victim. With
I'm sorry. If you are making a statement before the board, we cannot hear you. Could you speak up or? Nope, we would.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
And who are you?
I am the sister, the older sister.
Thank you.
So I am the one who called the police. So after the incident, when after the fight, my brother came home like in a rage, like, and saying about he got hit, that the Carvaughn Johnson had hit him with the gun, took the bike from him. But previously, the previous week, they had a fight, and Carvaughn Johnson, the defendant, was upset because he got, I guess, beat up by a younger person. So now, I guess that just, messed with his ego. So he had to come and do something to my brother. But I know him. Me and him went to school together. He is a bully. He didn't do nothing but fight girls in school. He is a bully. That was his thing. He will follow girls down the street and talk and actually fight them like if there was a boy like him. So yes, he is a bully. So that name being on him is accurate. I went to school with him. Me and him was both in Hill House. We both went to school together. So that part, my thing is this. He did his crime. And my thing is this. I know people can't stay in jail forever, but we ask that he do the time that he was sentenced to do. Because even if he's in jail for 60, 70 years, that's still not going to bring my brother back. You understand what I'm saying? It's still not going to bring him back. The actions that the defendant took
was conscious actions that he wanted to do at the end of the day, and then to come back the very next day on the same street where my brother got killed at, in the backyard next to us. The same street, he come right back. They said that right back. He came there saying the next morning, looking for what? If you had no idea, if you was not a part of it, why would you come there? What was the purpose of you coming down that street that morning? Just to slap us in the face. Like then when my youngest sister did go up to them, that was the remarks that he had. And foremost, we are not the Johnsons. So who are he's apologizing to? We're not, our last name is not Johnson. So I don't know who he apologizing, whoever wrote that letter, put the wrong name. Because we're not Johnson, we're Ford. So again, we didn't get an apology. Because that is not our name. And like I said, and the thing is this, my thing is this, I'm listening and I am being neutral. I'm trying to be a neutral because I am a woman of God. And that God does forgive people. But my thing is this, you have to learn. When you put God in there, like my mom said, he'd have no self-reflection. He didn't say how God turned him not one time, but he going to say he gave an honor to God, like God changed him. In what way? Did God change your heart? Did God change your mind? Did God change your thinking? What way? You just saying you leaning on your family. That's your family. Yes, that's not God. Then you ask them, what's the plan when you come out? Oh, the hardest thing is to get an apartment. No, I work in the mental institution. The hardest thing for which I work with criminals who goes in there, they do crimes, and I work for a psych hospital. I'm a nurse there. The hardest thing for somebody is to adapt to society. That's the hardest thing for them. Is to try to see, because your thing is your mind is programmed for being in jail. Your mind is programmed to be institutionalized. So your hardest thing to get out there is to not to think institutionalized. So the apartment, that's the least. That's the least. And all these programs that we're supposed to have been in, that one of the ladies asked, then gave him the answer. Oh, you're in a program, but it's supposed to show you empathy and sympathy. He said nothing about that. Meaning the words that came out his mouth is that's how he feels. Those are his truly, those are his words. And then for you guys to then you go, oh, can you repeat it? Oh yeah. So yeah, that's what I did. If I'm sitting up there and you giving me what to say, I'm going to agree with it as well. I didn't hear nothing about no empathy or no sympathy. And if you have, and if you're teaching somebody out there trying to help somebody, what one of the ladies asked, so what was it, how did you help somebody on a one-on-one? Oh, when the guy was fighting, had a fight. But you never said what you did. You never tell them what you did and how did that affect you, and what did you realize, like this is not working, and this is, you know what, I'm going this way, and this will help me to be where I'm at right now. Because of this, I did this, and when I did this, I realized this. None of that. None of that. And of course, you're going to be tired of being in the same walls for year after year after year. You're doing the same thing, repetitive things year after year after year. And then the goals. You're coming out to these programs. One lady with photo, you don't even know what the lady's even doing. What type of photo? My thing, like I said, I don't understand this hearing. I don't understand the purpose of why we have to keep going down this road. At the end of the day, they took 17 years off already. My God. Just do your time. That's it. Do what the state already agreed with them for taking off 17 years, which my brother wasn't even 17 years old. He never even see that age. You were granted that. That's all I ask. Do your time. Do your time And whatever you do when you get out, I do hope that you do help somebody. Because the way these streets are out right now, you really need to rehabilitate your mind, because they're not how they were when you first went in there. So yes, you definitely need some counseling. And anxiety, if you have God, you wouldn't have anxiety. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, my name is Shantia Ford. I'm the second sister to the victim, Marquise Strong. And one of the reasons I opted out from the video call, as far as the hearing is concerned, is because I was on the video call the last time, and I read body language. Carvaughn Johnson has no remorse. No remorse. He is not sorry for what he did to his family or to my family. Every time my sister, my mom, or my sister at the last hearing, his body language, our voices irritated him. And I didn't want to see it this time around because it was upsetting. And then with the question, like my sister said, the hardest thing, to me, the hardest thing, like the family still lives in the same area. We still live in the same area. So to me, the hardest thing would be running into the victim's family. Not one time did he apologize for anything done to my family when we lost my brother at such an early age. But we surely got messages from prison about how he's about to get out. He don't care. He's about to get out. We surely got those messages, but we didn't get no messages saying, I apologize, I'm sorry, it was an accident, it was on purpose. We didn't get no kind of message as far as that. But we got messages saying about how he didn't care and how he was getting out. Those were the messages we got over the 20 years that he served in prison. And just like my mom and my sister said, 17 years was already knocked off the sentence. Why is that not good enough? Why is that not good enough? We still have to live with the emptiness of not having a family member because somebody else made a conscious decision to take their life because they was angry and upset. How can you say you weren't a bully when you follow this boy to school every day? You follow him to school every day. You was waiting at the bus stop. But we're not bullies. That makes no sense. And there was even a time where I was walking down Newhall Street and the defendant threw a glass bottle at my son's stroller over the same incident, but he's not a bully. You have no answers to questions that are being asked. And I'm sitting here laughing with the phone on mute because I'm listening to the parole board ask questions and then turn around and give the defendants the answer, and he's just
exactly
off of what's being said.
Exactly.
And just like my sister said, I'm not sure if the opening statement with the apology to Mrs. Johnson, I think maybe the defendant was apologizing to his mother or his grandmother, because my mom's last name is Williams. We never got an apology, ever, for 2 decades. We never got an apology. We just got messages about, oh, he about to get out. He said he getting out. He said he getting out. And then when you go down the rabbit hole, you find in dating profiles and everything else saying about how he getting out this year. How he knows so much. You like the defendant likes to travel and go on vacation and do all these extra things that my brother never even got a chance to do. Never got a job because he was taken away from us at an early age. Never graduated high school. Never had a girlfriend. Never got a chance to settle down, as the defendant said in his dating profile that he wants somebody to settle down, but not right now because he's looking for a friend. All these dreams and aspirations that the defendant has was robbed from my brother, taken away with no remorse. And then I'm sitting and listening to the selfless, like the defendant, to me, he wanted to come off as being selfless, but
I just took him as being very selfish because not one time did he say anything about giving back anything to the community. He's talking about a nonprofit that is really non-existent. Nothing that he's saying makes sense. Nothing that he's saying makes sense. Nothing that he's saying or has said it didn't make me feel like, oh, he's been rehabilitated. Or he grew up, he matured, he's a better person. Nothing that he said made me feel that way. Everything this man said on his phone and said gave me con, manipulator, narcissistic, and bully. And just like my mother said, it's a slap in the face. It's a slap in the face. If the crime was committed, why the time can't be served? Because honestly, if the law had not changed, we wouldn't be here. He would have to do his time. If the law had not changed, which I don't understand why it was a blanket change and not a change where it was for lower level crimes. But if the law hadn't changed, we wouldn't be here. But just as a stroke of luck, because he liked to file paperwork, he found a loophole and a law change just in the nick of time. But I feel like if he was remorseful, 2029 is not far. We're already at the end of 2024. If he was remorseful and he was selfless and he wanted to give back to the community that he so claimed to be able to serve while he's locked up, stay there and help the inmates coming in. Stay there, do your time,
Right.
give the inmates the help that you claim to be giving them.
Exactly.
You know so much about these people and you help them so much. I don't understand,
Right.
and I didn't hear anything that you did to help anybody. Do your time. Do your time. Serve your purpose while you do your time so that when you come to the end of your sentence, you can feel good about doing something. You could say, oh, this is my past. But I feel like you just want a ha-ha moment.
Right.
That's how I feel. I feel like you want an aha moment. And it's not fair. It's not fair to the families. It's really not fair to the families. It's not. Because Thanksgiving that just passed, we had to go to my brother's gravesite. Christmas that's coming, we got to go to my brother's gravesite. His birthday is September. We had to go to his gravesite. And just use our imagination that he's hearing us in spirit, remembering him, trying to keep his memory alive, when all you got to do is make a phone call or write a letter. The same letter you could have wrote to my mom and apologized. But you hadn't done that in 20 years. The same message that you could have sent to my mom, the same message the defendant could have sent to my mom, apologizing for the loss of her son. Instead of saying that, he said he didn't care because he was getting out. That was the message that he was sending to my mother every year, that he was getting out. That sounds like bullying to me. It sounds like intimidation to me. But I don't know. I guess you have some people that just know how to work the system to their best benefit. Anxiety. With my mother running to this man at a Walmart, or we run into him at a Stop and Shop or a ShopRite. Knowing that he didn't serve his full sentence. That's anxiety. Or are we not expected to leave our houses? I just don't think it's fair. I think it's disgusting. I understand that the law changed, but it should not have been a blanket change. It should have been stipulations with this change dependent on the crime. I feel like if the judge said that this person is supposed to serve a sentence without the possibility of parole, it should be that. It should be that. It shouldn't be anything less than that. And anything given to the prison sentence, to the prison system, it should be given to the prison system. All of the tutoring, the reading, the degrees, the counseling, all of that, that's you serving your time. Yeah, do that. Do that. Be productive while you serve your time. Nobody's asking for Mr. Carvaughn Johnson to be locked up forever. We're not asking that. We're just asking that he serve the time that was given to him. We're asking that he just appreciate the fact that 17 years was knocked off of his sentence and he will be out of prison in 5 years. 4 years. 4 years, because we're at the end of 2024. We're going into 2025. We're just asking that he just do the time that he was given. That's it. That's it. But asking to be released right now, and then how do you clean up your record from a murder charge? How do you clean up your record? So now it sounds like to me that you want to be exonerated. Like, what is it called? You want a pardon? Like, I don't understand.
Because he don't want to accept the responsibility.
No, he don't want to.
He don't want to. He wants to play the victim. That someone done something to him, so therefore he had to take back the action.
Listen, he is a victim. He's a victim of circumstances. I understand that, but we're all victims. He made us victims. We didn't make him a victim. He made us victims. His environment made him a victim. But that does not negate the fact that you took somebody's life. It does not take away the fact that you took somebody's life.
You didn't steal a pocketbook. You didn't steal a car.
In the same neighborhood. We lived right around the corner from your grandmother. Like, we lived in the same neighborhood. We was under the same pressures. So you cannot, you can't blame your environment for everything, especially when you make a conscious decision, because this was not something that was a spur of the moment. First, you fought him. First, if you would keep your comments directed to the board, that would be helpful. Right. First he fought him. First he fought my brother when my brother was 15. Then after fighting him, he followed him and my youngest sister to school every day. The defendant came to my mother's house, threatening my brother to drop the charges. He talked to my older sister about dropping charges because he hit my brother in the face with the same gun that shot him. We all want to be better than we was yesterday, but we still got to pay for the path that we walked. We still have to pay. Every choice that we make has a consequence. We still have to pay for what we do. I want to be better tomorrow than I am today, but whatever decisions I make today deciphers what my life is going to be like tomorrow. And there's nobody to blame for anything but myself. Nobody told him to do what he did. He did it because that's what he did. He wanted to do it. And no apology was made. No apology was given. No apology was offered. Not even in the body language. And like I said a few minutes ago, I didn't even want to do the video call because I didn't want to see his body language. Every time we said anything, voice our opinion about anything, express our emotional beings and our mental beings about this situation. It irritated him. How is that remorseful? There's no sympathy in that. There's no empathy in that. I just feel like this is not nice. It's not right. It's horrible. And they need to go back and redo this law change and add some stipulations to it, because families are suffering. I know my family is suffering. I know his family probably suffering. Families are suffering. And then to go through this is like ripping off a Band-Aid. Like, you know, you think you healing from a situation and you getting further from a situation mentally just for this to come right back up. We was just here a year ago. That's not good enough. We was just here. Why are we back here?
We thank you for your input. We heard you. And we appreciate your participating in the hearing today. Ms. DeJesus?
My apologies, board members. We're all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we will afford the attorneys each an opportunity to make a statement. We'll start with the state's attorney, Doyle. If you have any comments or statements you'd like to make, you may proceed.
Thank you. And thank you to the board. I just want to summarize a little bit of the facts of this. This was a jury trial. It was a trial, then it was retried again. The defendant was found guilty by a jury of 12 citizens of the greater New Haven area. The highest burden in the legal system, proof beyond the reasonable doubt. And he was found guilty of murder and several offenses. And Judge Thompson sentenced him to a total effective sentence of 43 years in prison, which on June 17th of 2022 has been noted by the family. This board commuted down to a total effective sentence of 27 years to serve. The underlying facts of this are disturbing. While the defendant was a young man, the victim was a very young man. Okay, he was 15 to 16 years old at the time. I have records that are showing 2 different dates of birth, but the reality was he was a very young man, and he was killed over a dispute or a beef or an argument over a bicycle. And as one of the sisters of the victim pointed out, this wasn't a spur of the moment argument thing where heated tempers were flared. This is something that occurred over several days or week period. There was a dispute between the defendant and the victim over a bike. The victim's teenage sister witnessed it. She witnessed the animosity of the defendant towards the victim and other members of the family 3 weeks prior to the shooting of her brother, when the defendant walked towards the victim in the store and the defendant called the victim a punk and threatened to assault him. Another witness, a witness who was at the trial to witness this dispute that was over a bike. Another young woman witnessed the dispute over the bike and testified at trial. She witnessed the defendant holding a black handgun and pointing it at the victim. The victim, during the course of his homicide investigation, it became apparent he had already reported this threat and assaultive type behavior by the defendant to the police department. That was subject of an investigation when the defendant had claimed to other people that he was worried about, quote, going back to jail because he was on supervision at the time when this occurred. Thereafter, on the night of thereafter, in the incident that has occurred, he took the life of Mr. Strong when he walked up beside him and fired several rounds into his person on the night of October 10th. There was a witness to that who had split ways with the defendant, who heard the gunshot and then subsequently saw the defendant fleeing the location, running and into a vehicle from that area. And as Your Honor, as the board has already pointed out, a gun, which I should clarify, was recovered from his home, but was not the weapon that was used during this homicide. I think we should just kind of spell that out, and I should have that spelled out. Over the last 20 years, the defendant's made various habeas claims against both of his attorneys, his public defender attorneys, his appellate counsel. He's made claims against the witnesses in the state. It has been noted by the family of the victim. There's been a trial, then a second trial. There's been several habeas trials. There's been sentence review. There's the previously aforementioned commutation hearing. Now we're at the juvenile parole hearing. And just so everybody is very clear, Mr. Johnson did file a sentence modification with the court. I have a copy of it. I can forward it to the board if necessary. It is dated October 22nd, 2024, which is a little less than 2 months ago. And that is in there where he's asking for time to be knocked off of his sentence. And he's noted on here, whether right or wrong, and I will clarify, I don't think Attorney Brown or his counsel have any idea that the defendant filed this on his own, but it's rather foretelling on here that he's noting that his original sentence was 43 years. His new sentence was changed on June 17th of 2022 to 27 years. And he's asking that it be modified by the court to reduce it by 2 years. Therefore, he would then be suspending the execution of the unexecuted portion of the jail sentence. I don't know what the numbers are. I'm sure probation supervisor Bullard and others can advise the board, but it's kind of foretelling that this is filed in conjunction with this hearing that was already scheduled. I want to just also point out that I think that's something important here. As nowhere along the way has Mr. Johnson expressed remorse for the crime that he's committed. We need to clarify. He's expressed remorse for the situation that the family is in and that the victim is in, but he has not accepted responsibility through it. Through a trial, through habeas, through sentence review, through commutation, and through this. Nowhere along the way has he accepted responsibility for this. And one of the hallmarks that our court system and our criminal justice system notes that is important is accepting some responsibility is the beginning of rehabilitation. So putting aside all the programs and everything he's done, some which have well, some he's done for a purpose while he's been in custody, there's been no acceptance of responsibility for taking the life of 16-year-old Markeith Strong. A jury of 12 citizens found him guilty, applying that high standard. I've noticed here several times the defendant's been commenting about working with young offenders. And what I would ask the board is this. We have a lot of individuals, including other ones this morning, and I've been before this board before. This board hears it all the time. I want to get out. I want to be responsible. I want to work with the young offenders. I want to have individuals not make the mistakes that I've made, not end up in a situation that I made. But how's that going to work when he can't even accept responsibility for what he's done that led him into this situation he's done? Are we going to send him out there to a generation of young offenders and go, listen, I didn't do it. Don't do what I did, because what I did, I didn't really do it, but I had to do whatever time the board maybe did. But I want to make you out here know to not get in here and get into the situation that I got into. I asked the board to take that into account. Board member Palmieri mentioned Ms. Wazalewski. I know Ms. Wazalewski well. I've known her for over 25 years. She does offer great services and opportunities for offenders that want them. But quite often, when we're in these hearings and sentences mod hearings, people reference her and mention her name quite often. Almost every hearing that I go to. But we also should be aware, as Ms. Palmieri pointed out, is the individuals to take advantage of those opportunities when they're released, not just give lip service to that name and request that they've requested documents or they're seeking to go out there. And knowing how her programs work, I have questions of somebody who can't accept responsibility for his actions on how that would work with that particular program. This upcoming Tuesday, she'll be presenting to 45 probationers and parolees, and my office will be there to address them as an invitation on her behalf. We agree with rehabilitation and opportunities for people that have shown that. I don't believe this is a situation, as you've heard from the family of the defendant. I would also, in closing, what I do want to point out is that obviously the board has to look at a variety of factors and weigh what it needs to look at when it comes to probationary factors, but also, again, looking at 54-300, the factors that also need to take into account is an individual who holds himself accountable to the This board needs to look at the factors of an offender holding himself accountable to the community, the seriousness offense, proportional to the harm of the victims and the community, the goal of reduction of criminal activity, imposition of just punishments, and sentences that should be just, fair, and equitable by promoting respect for the law. Those are the rest of my comments, and I concur with the family and the victims. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Doyle. At this time, Attorney Hall, this is your opportunity to make any final remarks or statements.
Attorney Brown's going to speak. Thank you.
And I'll be very brief. I know that it's been a lengthy hearing, and I guess I'll start by saying I wish you all could see the relaxed Carvaughn Johnson that we all know, the people in this room know when he's not on the hot seat. And two just factual things. I believe the evidence was there was one shot, and also that Mr. Ford departed from Mr. Strong, not from Mr. Johnson. That may or may not matter all that much. But I guess I'll say that the innocence issue is certainly the elephant in the room. I guess it's beyond the elephant here, given the discussion we've had. And I don't know there's a good way to address that in a situation like this. I know that Mr. Johnson understands that every time there's a hearing like this, there is victim notification that happens, that contributes to the painful process that Mr. Strong's family has been through. And I don't think any of us have anything like helpful or perfect words for things like that. I think generally, having done this for a while, I think there's different levels of innocence protestations from people, and there's situations we have where people insist on their innocence no matter how overwhelming the evidence is against them, no matter how much there is in their face, and they just insist on not doing that. And the record that is in the parole package here, we had a mistrial, we had a second trial that was based significantly on recanted testimony with a Wayland statement put in. And we also have a habeas court that granted relief to Mr. Johnson before the appellate court took that back. And I just think that that's something to consider. We're not here to do a jury trial. We're not here to retry the case, but there are some situations where those statements of innocence are almost insulting or ridiculous. And I just hope that the board might put this in a little bit of a different category given what's there. And I would say Attorney Kirschbaum provided a letter that's in the package that gives a really detailed history of why the conviction was originally vacated and all the things that happened. And I think that that's maybe a helpful guide on Mr. Johnson's position and in the bigger picture with that. And Mr. Johnson did not say it himself, and I almost hesitate to say because it's maybe so cliche, but I would ask if this is maybe a situation where actions speak louder than words. I know that he's not said here or any other time the things that maybe people want him to say or think he should say. But his actions do reflect a person that's matured, a person that's healed, a person that's taken responsibility for himself, and the person that he was at the time that he came to corrections. And it's not just the lack of tickets that we have. It's not just the programming or the schooling, even though there's plenty of that. It's the way, again, maybe in the more relaxed setting, but it's the way that Mr. Johnson talks about the people that he's helped, the way that he's tutored so many people, and the motivation that he had for that. When they told him he wasn't eligible to go to college because of how much time he had, he took it upon himself to tutor others who would have that opportunity, to give him that opportunity, and how that made him feel to contribute in that way. The connection that Mr. Johnson had with a few elderly people that he helped during the time in the medical unit, and the connection that he had and the honor he felt with being with those people as they approached the end and sharing that time with them. I think those things are what speak louder than words. The way he talks about his family, his nieces, his nephews, his desire to be out there, to care for them, to be there, to show up in their real lives and not have to explain away his absence. Those are the things that speak louder than words, I think. And the way he talks about his education, his future, and building something bigger than what his life has been so far, I think speaks louder than any words. And I was actually interested when the first question was posed to him by Board Member Turner about the CDL and the diploma or the college degree. And I agree with that. I mean, it's almost jarring to see how much he's done education-wise. And I know that there's more for him than, not to say there's anything wrong with driving a truck, but I think that he's going to have that impact in the community. And I understand, and I'm not surprised that we heard from Attorney Doyle the concept that rehabilitation often starts with remorse and responsibility and accountability. I think we hear that a lot, and I understand, and I credit that as a true concept most of the time. But I think it's a very complicated concept in Carvaugh's case. And I think that if you look at his actions, again, you can see the person he's worked to become, the person that he is now, regardless of what happened in this case, and that counts for a lot. And you don't have to accept that he's innocent or what he's saying about his innocence, but I think you can look at the person he is now as compared to the person who came to prison and see who he is and see what he's done. And he has done it. And the evidence is in years and years of positive actions that he's done there. And without the elephant in the room, I think that the parole factors are almost an easy fit for Mr. Johnson. And I know that it, again, it complicates things to talk about this in this situation. And I just hope that what he's shown and what he's done can be the driving force of what we look at in making a decision. And I think what the last thing I really want to say before winding down is that I try to do a little bit of the math. That 43-year sentence, if it had remained in place, I think that he would be within 2 years of getting this hearing if he hadn't gotten the commutation. And I think with the commutation, he was, back eligible to 2018. But I know no one said the word, but the idea of double dipping or getting more, I think we're not that far away from where he would be if we hadn't had that. And I think what we have as a benefit now is the board can put Mr. Johnson on some supervision, help transition him into the community. He's going to be in the community as a young man. He's going to be there soon. He's going to need some help doing it, and he's ready for that help. He's going to engage with that help, and that opportunity that he's going to have over the next few years, if he's on supervision versus maxing out a sentence and being released. I think that there's a lot of benefit. There's a lot of upside. There's a lot of advantage that the board has, the community has, and Mr. Johnson has in doing that. And I think that's the key. Hopefully the key driver is how to get Mr. Johnson back to the community in the best possible way for himself, for the community, and for everyone. And I thank the board. It's been a lengthy hearing. And I thank you, as always, for reading all the materials that we give and hearing everything. And I ask that you grant Mr. Johnson parole. Thanks.
Thank you, Attorney Brown. Madam Chair.
Okay, so at this point, we'll discuss and ask for just a few minutes to do so. So I began with the questions for Mr. Johnson. And as we've pointed out, he's now serving a 27-year sentence, having been convicted and sentenced to 43 years. He presents as a challenging situation for me. He's doing well with getting on the right path and with the goals that he has set for himself. There were some communication challenges around the questions and his need for clarification, which I apologize if it looked to anyone like I was feeding him answers. I was trying to clarify in particular what the focus of the Voices program was about, because he didn't seem to be focused in on that in his attempts to answer my question. The victim's input weighs very heavily on me. They, were put through the commutation process back in 2022. And, obviously take great offense to 16 years being taken off of Mr. Johnson's sentence while they mourn the ongoing loss in their lives of Mr. Strong. We have, as we learned from Attorney Doyle, a sentence commutation pending, and we know that in February of 2028, DOC will give Mr. Johnson consideration for community release. So my vote in this hearing today is to deny discretionary parole to Mr. Johnson. I'm not hearing the change and the acceptance of responsibility that I would think would come with the growth and maturation in his situation. Ms. Chance?
Yes. So, Madam Chair, I do agree with everything that you said, and I'm gonna identify the areas that I thought was concerning in regards to his communication. And one was not accepting responsibility, but wanting to assist, other young offenders in helping them with their offenses. And then he said he did not know the victim, but we're hearing today that they live in the neighborhood. He had more than one confrontation with the victim. And then when I asked about the sentence modification, he said he didn't. Attorney Doyle confirmed that he did file one. So while Mr. Johnson might be suitable in a lot of areas in terms of the programs that he completed and his mentorship and serving as a medical worker for 14 years. My other concerns were attempts to answer the questions in regard to the Voices program, which I thought he had difficulty with. And then listening to the victim's input today, which I thought was extremely powerful, and the statement from the state's attorney's office. So my vote is to deny discretionary parole.
Ms. Palmieri?
So while I don't disagree with my colleagues, victims' input was extremely helpful. They continue to struggle after all these years, and the victim was a very young individual. I share some concerns with respect to Mr. Johnson and, his struggles with answering questions to the Voices program. However, I do know that he did answer quite a few questions quite well with respect to many of the other programs that he took. Alternatives to violence. He talked about learning communication, patience. He talked about being a productive person. There was a lot of talk about him not taking responsibility for the offense and not admitting remorse. I don't know, Mr. Johnson took the case to trial twice. We would be talking about him coming before us today and taking responsibility for it and questioning why he took the case to trial twice. So I think there's, he denies committing the offense, and I don't think that should necessarily be held against him. I think what I'm looking at today is his suitability and his rehabilitation. We often look at programs that individuals take. Well, first we look at the age when the offense occurred, and we look at what we know about behaviors at the age of 19 in terms of, and we talked about it in other cases, impulsivity and immaturity and not being able to weigh consequences of behaviors. So we look at that, and then we look at what they do between the time they're incarcerated and the time they come for these hearings, and what do we see in terms of development. I look at Mr. Johnson tutoring. We all know that education is an important part in the prison system, and not being able to further his own education yet give back to others, I think is significant. And so early in his sentence, I think it's significant that begins to show this change in him. I look at the other programs that he took. I mentioned earlier, alternatives to violence. I also, I think it's important to mention the jobs that he's held. And he's held jobs with excellent reports since he's been in. The medical unit, I think, is a unit that you don't stay in for 14 years without having shown some level of responsibility and empathy for the individuals in the medical unit. He has been furthering his education. I think the nonprofit that he's talked about starting can be beneficial, whether he admits to this offense or not. He still has been in prison for 23 years. And I think maybe the message is, you don't give up. You still have to better yourself no matter what the situation is. I think he talked about his release plan, and he's talked about staying out of New Haven in consideration of the victims and not putting himself out there in their place. So he doesn't run into them at Walmart, which is what one of the sisters talked about. I think it shows consideration for the harm of the whole situation that has developed through his arrest and conviction. And not wanting to put himself out there in terms of continually having the victim's family see him. He does have an offer of employment for this woman. He seems to be unclear as to what that'll involve, but she seems to be willing to take him on in what it is that she does. There was the mention of Ms. Wazalewski, and she does provide good services, and he will need to ask for that. He mentioned lots and lots of therapy. I think that's an indication of him appreciating that he's been incarcerated for a long time, and that will need to, and he will need to continue to work on himself. The victims are devastated, and I'm sure it's even adds to it because of the reduction in the sentence. But today's hearing is different than the commutation hearing. Today's hearing is to determine suitability for release to the community. And when we look at somebody who's been incarcerated since the age of 19, they're now 42, and they're going out into a community with no, having been incarcerated longer than they were alive in the community. I think that for two things, the support of parole is important in terms of success and a successful transition, and for that safety to the community. I think Mr. Johnson, I don't see any reason why he's not entitled to file habeas and sentencing modifications. He's maintained his innocence for all these years, yet through all of that, he's continued to do programs to better himself, to make himself giving himself the opportunity to be successful in the community, and to make himself marketable. So although I hear the concerns of my colleagues, I would be in favor of voting Mr. Johnson to granting his request for discretionary parole today.
I do want to clarify, and thank you, that it wasn't just the voices question that I found the answer concerning. He does score moderate for his risk. He has a strong support system, and he has done well in connecting with and advocating for himself for services when he is back in the community. That's an important skill set to have, and I would anticipate that would continue as he approaches release. So,
and I think that the victims are rightfully incredibly upset, and I know they talked a lot about Mr. Johnson finding a loophole. This Act 23-116 is not a loophole to the law. He is entitled to it, and he'd be having the hearing today regardless. So, anyways, but I do appreciate that. Ms. Turner.
So I have nature and circumstance, injury and impact to the victim and the victim's family, and inadequate evidence of offender change. So in the matter of Carvaughn Johnson, inmate number 284952, there is a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: the nature and circumstance of your crime, injury and impact caused to the victim and the victim's family, and inadequate evidence of offender change. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
So by majority decision, Mr. Johnson, you've been denied discretionary parole.
Thank you.
This concludes the Public Act 23169 for Johnson, inmate number 284952. It is 12:21 p.m.
Good afternoon.
Good morning. Afternoon.
Not very.
Again, attorney, just a moment. All right, good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Wengertsman. Today is Monday, December 2nd, 2024. And this is the Public Act 23-169 here in Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. For the record, Mr. White, the state of Connecticut passed, and made effective October 1st of 2023, the Public Act 23-169. This is an act concerning parole eligibility for an individual serving lengthy sentence for a crime committed before the individual reached the age of 21 and criminal history records erasures. You fall under this act, and this means that you are under the age of 21 and that the board shall give great weight to the diminished culpabilities of juveniles as compared to adults, the hallmark features of youth, and any subsequent growth and maturity that you display while we are reviewing you for suitability today. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certifying they have reviewed all statutory documents in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Deborah Smith-Palmieri.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
You also in attendance this afternoon, we have attorney Alex Oops. I apologize if I said your last name incorrectly. If you don't mind stating your name, your juris number, and your business address for the record, please.
Thank you. My name is Alexander Taubis, and I'm representing Mr. White. My juris number is 437-388, and my business address is 470 James Street, suite number 007, New Haven, Connecticut 06513.
Thank you, Attorney Taubis. Also, we have State's Attorney Christian Watson. If you can also please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Christian Watson. My business address is 20 Franklin Square, New Britain, Connecticut. Juris number is 42042. With me on a separate video link is Sarah Green, who's a fellow prosecutor in my office. She's actually going to handle this parole hearing. I was just waiting for her to get on. So I'm going to get off because I have to attend another meeting. I just wanted to indicate that to the panel. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Green, if you can please state your name, juris number, and address for the record.
Absolutely. Sarah Green, juris number 437058. Business address is 20 Franklin Square, New Britain, Connecticut 06051.
Thank you very much. Mr. White, can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Yes, ma'am. Herbert White, inmate number 315593.
Thank you. This is a public hearing in accordance with Chapter 14, Freedom of Information Act, Connecticut General Statute 1-200, which applies to this procedure. Mr. White, if you have any questions concerning the above, please bring your questions to the attention of the panel at this time. Again, this is a public hearing. Mr. White, do you have any questions, and are you willing to proceed?
No, ma'am.
As I previously stated, this is the Public Act 23-169 hearing. It's being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Herbert White, inmate number 315593. Mr. White serving a sentence of 25 years flat with no probation to follow for murder and attempted tampering with witness. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan in place that has been reviewed. Shows that he has completed programming such as thresholds, voices, and tier 2. He also, DOC records also indicate he previously participated in the dog program. He's currently participating in the reintegration unit and the college program and maintains a job assignment. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls on the RT falls within the low range risk for recidivism. Mr. White, this is now your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole, and you may begin.
Thank you. I'd like to read a letter, please.
Is this, I'm going to ask, is this the 5-page letter that was submitted to us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because we've all read it. It was provided to us well in advance. Is there perhaps a way you might summarize your statement?
No, it's all the same.
So Herbert, since they've already read what you've submitted and they read it thoroughly, maybe you could just sum it up, especially with your feelings about what you did. Okay?
Very good. Yes.
Well, 21 years ago, when I committed the crime, I wasn't fully aware of what I have done. But 21 years later, going through my programs, taking accountability, it affected me, you know, taking accountability for what I have done. And knowing that, you know, going forward in life, giving back is important to me. You know, my crime I committed, it weighs heavy on me. And, you know, I'd like to give my remorse to the family for what I've done. Thank you.
We really appreciate that, sir. And as I indicated, we've read the letter and all supporting documents for at the time of the crime, the pre-sentence, the arrest warrants, etc., as well as the packet from your attorney. So we've prepared questions for you, and we'll take turns asking those questions.
Yes,
then we'll
ma'am.
turn it over. We'll hear from the attorneys before we deliberate. So we're going to begin with my colleague, Ms. Chance.
Yeah. So, Mr. White, I just wanted to start off by getting some clarification so that we can be clear about the two offenses, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So the attempt to tamper with the witness had to do with a letter that you wrote while at HCC, and you wrote it to your family.
Yes, ma'am.
Because, in other words, you wanted to sort of shut the co-defendant up. And then the letter was intercepted and you were arrested. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you had indicated that this murder really started out as a robbery that went wrong, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And you said, you were pretty honest in saying that you and your co-defendants planned to rob the victim who lived in an apartment in which one of the co-defendants lived.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you also said that you punched the victim in the face and he fell to the ground, and then you took the wallet.
Yes, ma'am.
So can you say what happened after that?
Well, after that took place, I went upstairs to the apartment. And when the ambulance was called for the victim, I stayed in the apartment. And when the victim was removed from the hallway, I left and returned back to Harvard.
But did you know at that time the serious injuries to the victim?
Can you say it again, please?
Did you know that the victim suffered serious injuries at the time?
Not exactly at the time when I hit him. I know he fell, but I didn't know the extent of the injuries until later.
And so how did you find out? Who told you?
To my co-defendant.
Or one of the co-defendants told you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do?
I felt bad. That wasn't the, you know, I take full responsibility for that. You know, it weighs on me heavy still. When that happened, you know, I was scared, and I was hoping that he pulled through. And at that time, I started making changes. I went to church. I turned my life over to God, trying to do the right things. And when I heard he passed away, I felt bad for my actions and what I did.
So how old were you at the time, and what did you do when you found out he died?
I was 20 years old when it took place. When he died, I got a phone call from a relative saying that they had a warrant for my arrest. And when they came and picked me up, I was at my parents' house when they came and picked me up.
So you went willingly, or?
Well, when they came and arrested me, I didn't put up a fight. I went willingly. I accepted my charges. Afterwards, at first, when they had me in the interrogation room, I wasn't admitting guilt right away. And then I had to do the right thing and take accountability for my actions. And I took full accountability.
Okay. So you're incarcerated now, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you run into any of your co-defendants?
No, ma'am.
They're all women.
Have you heard from any of them?
No, ma'am.
You haven't. Okay. So tell me what you've been doing since you've been incarcerated. How do you feel you've been doing?
In the beginning, it was rough trying to see my way through a 25-year incarceration. And throughout my incarceration, you know, I made changes. I went to school, got my GED. I did my parenting program. I worked several jobs. I had a few bumps in the road. You know, I caught some tickets, 12 tickets that I take accountability for.
Okay, so let's talk about those tickets, because you had one in 2018 and two in 2019, and one in 2017 and one in November of 2011.
Yes, ma'am.
So tell me let's do the first three recent ones. The 2018 was the intox ticket. What happened there?
At that time, for my intoxication, I take full responsibility for. I was supposed to see my daughter, and she moved down to Florida. And I wasn't able to see her, so you know, it was a lack of judgment on my part, which was a poor choice. And I decided to get high, which I take full accountability for.
And then in June of 2019, you got a ticket for Corona, and then June 25th, 2019, you had another ticket for Suboxone.
Yes, ma'am.
So what happened to you I know you just mentioned that you did not get to see your daughter, but that went on. Your intox tickets went on from March of 2018 to June of 2019.
Yes, ma'am. I think the first one was for a pruno intoxication.
And the other one is my intoxication for Suboxone.
Right.
The Suboxone was because of my daughter. The one for the Pruno, it was no justification for that. I take full accountability for that.
So you're incarcerated and you didn't get to see your daughter, so that went wrong. What's going to happen when you go in the community and, you know, something, you don't get to see her? What are you going to do then?
Well, due to taking my tier 2 program, finding better alternatives, seeking help. At one point, me asking for help, I feel like it wasn't important to me. But now, asking for help is important, to seek help.
So you completed quite a few programs. You did Threshold, Voices, and most recently Tier 2. So tell me how helpful Tier 2 was to you, especially in terms of those last 3 DRs that you received.
Well, going to Tier 2 program, substance abuse is something serious. And knowing that things get hard in life, not going to those substances, saying no, seeking help, hearing the brothers that locked up with me, hearing their stories of them going through their life situations and how they came out on the other side. I took that in, I absorbed that, and using those alternatives and not going back to using the substance.
So what are some of those alternatives?
Seeking help. Another thing that helped me was
How do you do that? How do you seek help?
I must go to the nearest AA, NA place, see a therapist, which was always told to me, seek a therapist.
Okay, so let me stop you there. Have you attended any NA or A meetings at the facility?
Yes, ma'am.
How often do you go?
And I go, it's every week. I think it's twice a week and one every weekend. In the unit that I'm in, we have AA, NA there.
Okay. What unit are you in?
I'm in the second chance program, enough.
Okay, I thought, is that the reintegration unit?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you attend meetings, NA meetings, and you started to talk about maybe getting a sponsor.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what have you done about that?
Well, I need help seeking a sponsor. It's where do I start to seek a sponsor at? Looking for help.
What else?
Just staying focused on not falling back on old ways, people, places, and things. You know, not going back to my old neighborhood, staying away from old friends. I got a mentor that prays over me at the church I was raised in. You know, seeking help at the church.
And what church is that?
Mount Olive Baptist Church on Main Street.
Which Main Street?
In Hartford.
Okay.
Main and Battle. Sorry.
Okay, all right. Have you, so another program that you participated in was the Voices program. Share with me how the Voices program impacted you and, you know, what you learned from it in terms of your crime.
The Voices program impacted me greatly. When I first called my crime and came to prison, I thought that was the end of it. I was wrong. The Voices program showed me on a greater scale of how my crime impacts not just the victim, it affects my family, society as a whole. It showed me taking accountability, put myself in their shoes of what they had to experience, and taking my losses with my family. It helped me to see how they felt. With the Voices program, the day of my sentencing, it was a letter that was read through the victim's advocate, and it touched me deeply how they felt. And they had the right to feel that way toward me. And it resonated with me to make proper changes in my life going forward, taking accountability for my actions.
Yeah.
And
So when they read the letter that you wrote, you heard their response.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were saying that helped you to change your life?
Yes, ma'am.
What else?
It's going forward in life. They wish I had the death penalty, and back then I would have felt strongly, but I understand how they felt. Put myself in their shoes. You know, I took one of their loved ones, and I had to sympathize with them, the empathy part of how they felt. At
Were
one point in my
you
life,
hot? Can I ask you, because this is an 89-year-old elderly victim that I'm talking about. So were you intoxicated, or was any of that involved with you when you did that?
yes, ma'am.
What were you on?
I was high on weed and alcohol.
Okay. So you're in for the murder because you were under the influence of alcohol and marijuana. And I'm just trying to point something out to you to show you the importance of what the drugs has allowed you to do. So you didn't get to see your daughter, and what did you do? You went on this year and some months spree, doing the same thing you did that brought you to incarceration.
Yes, ma'am. I take full accountability.
And I hear you, but it's a little bit more than that, because your actions is what will dictate, how you go forward in your life. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm pleased to know that, you're accepting responsibility, and, despite saying it's because of not seeing your daughter why you came up with it, but, you continue to move on. So during the time that you have served, you acquired 12 tickets. As I said, the last one was in 2019. And we have, kind of covered what you have done. What else has the program helped you to do? I know one of the things that you said is it affected your decision making.
And is this the Voices program?
Uh-huh.
Well, it showed me on a larger scale of my actions and the consequences of my actions. I think it was necessary for me to do this time, for me to realize my actions and what I've done. And it pointed out many things that 21 years ago, I would have never noticed. Me taking 25 years, I thought maybe it would have helped my victims, but I was wrong. And how they feel, it's an ongoing process of how they feel.
You also participated in the vet dog program for about 6 months. Can you share a little bit of what the impact of that was on you?
That program was a great program. The responsibility part of taking care of a dog, that basically it looks to you for guidance. It was a 24-hour job that I took pride in. Feeding the dog, training the dog, taking it to the bathroom, showing it love and affection. It showed me empathy. It helped me humanize myself.
So to be in a prison setting, to take care of an animal, it was an amazing feeling. And the liberties I took for granted, as I stated in my letter, to have relatives that was in the service, I took that for granted, my freedom and what they fought for.
And then, so for you also participated in some other programs. You did the credit awareness and, goals,
Rules.
7 good minutes and goals rules. Tell me a little bit about those programs.
The credit awareness is vital to me. Being I came in at a young age and I get to establish any credit. It gives me a leg up on going forward in the world when I accumulate money and how to go about taking care of expenses and stuff. Goals group is another one that was important to me. Setting goals, which is something I never looked at. It gives me a sense of direction of where to go, holding myself accountable, sticking to those goals. The 7 Good Minute program, it's a tablet where we listen to motivation and taking those and moving forward. It's a peer-to-peer group that we have amongst ourselves, and we throw ideas out there of how to go into the world and live a positive life going forward.
Okay. So, what was the 7 good minutes one?
The 7 Good Minutes, it talks about life, experience going through life. It's motivating. It talks about people going through their daily life and how they conquer certain troubles in their life. Being able to relate to what they went through. It helped me tremendously to know that there's better alternatives than going the wrong way, using those alternatives.
Do you think you were going through something in life that you didn't know how to deal with? What do you think that was?
It was poor judgment, having my daughter at a young age, not having a job, just holding myself accountable. I should have asked for help at that time instead of doing what I did.
And then there was another one, it says From Boys to Men.
Yes, ma'am. It was another good program. Basically, it's me as a kid growing into a man, the childish things that we did as kids growing up as an adult, taking accountability, leaving those kids' ways behind, becoming an adult, moving forward, being of service to others. It's basically it showed how to get my license, which is something I never had, how to fill out applications, just being an overall man in general, how to carry yourself, no matter where you at.
Now, your job assignment, you had the trash detail for 1 year. And then what did you do with the elderly in your block?
Well, I'm considered an elder in the block. Being I've been down a long time, so a lot of guys look up to me. I give them guidance. I tell them my story of how my actions caused me to get 25 years, taking somebody's life, being away from my family, not being there for my daughter, and how family is vital. Being there to guide your kids, when your family's going through struggles and not being able to be there. Making it count, not letting my story be their story. Showing them not to take that role. Look for better alternatives than what I did. Seeking help.
Okay. So you were also asked to identify a high-risk situation for you if you were to go back in the community. Do you remember what your answer was? Remember what you said?
People, places, and things.
You said more than that.
going around the same people I was around.
You talked about your decision-making.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is, if you're back in the community and you said it would be your decision-making would be a high risk for you. And you gave an example of, being met with resistance. For example, if you're not able to get a job or seeing people from your past. So that was a high risk for you. So have you figured out how you would deal with that?
Well, yes, ma'am. Knowing that my crime, which will make it hard for you to get a job, just knowing that I will be met with no's, just sticking to it, sticking to my goals, believing that God has a plan for me and a job will come. Seeing the pattern of friends that I was around, knowing that if they're on the same things they was doing before I came to prison, not being around them, being able to make that right decision. Instead of me going along with that now, saying no now, standing up, doing the right thing.
So you also indicated that you wanted to go to a halfway house and that your cousin owns a delivery service. So what would you be doing?
Well, he has a package delivery service that he does in the Herbert area, but sometimes he go out of state. So I think it'd be hard for me to go out of state, being that I signed not to leave the state. But within the Hartford area, that's a job that I will have upon release, if granted parole. But I will.
Would you be driving?
No, ma'am. I will be with him.
Oh, you'd be in the truck with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So are you at some point going to obtain your driver's license?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So one of the other things that I read about is that they're currently reviewing you for outside clearance.
Yes, ma'am.
To begin a work furlough assignment. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Well, to be put up for a work furlough, you got to be looked at in a certain way, which is being accountable, being trustworthy. And since I've been in this prison, I work hard, hold myself accountable. I'm always professional everywhere I go, respectful. And you got to meet a certain time requirement of being eligible to work. But I work hard. And every day I work hard to better myself and those around me.
So were you approved for the outside clearance?
Not yet, ma'am, but it's currently in process now.
Okay. And what's the furlough assignment?
The work furlough is I leave off the jail premises and work in the factory. And I return back to the jail premises after my shift.
Do you know what factory that is?
They have numerous factories. They have one called, I think it's called Telemark, and another one that's called, what is the other one? Apologize for that. We got the Boatyard, and there's another one.
Okay.
And another one called, I'm trying to remember the name of the other one. I'm sorry, I can't get the name of the other one.
Okay, I'm familiar with the two that you mentioned.
Okay, thank you.
I think to have heard it. Okay, so tell me who your support system is in the community.
The one is my family. I got a big support base, and they've been in my corner my whole 21 years of incarceration. The church family always has been in my corner praying for me for my whole incarceration.
Would that be like your mother, your sister? Can you identify them?
My mom, my sister, my two brothers, numerous cousins, my nephew. I got a big family base.
And Have they been visiting with you at the facility?
Yes, ma'am. All the facilities I've been at.
Okay. So I think you've pretty much answered most of my questions. I'm going to turn it back over to Chair.
Ms. Palmieri, thank you. Mr. White, I just want to circle back to the offense itself. So how did you know that this victim had money or something worth robbing?
Through my co-defendant.
So he was coming from the hospital and you expected him to have, I guess, cash on him or a substantial amount of money in his wallet at the time of him coming home from the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And there was an indication that you all went to a pawn shop. What did you do at the pawn shop?
Well, we was trying to use the credit card.
At the pawn shop?
Yes, ma'am.
To purchase something?
We wasn't able to purchase anything.
Okay. All right. Because I read the offense and Ms. Chance went over it with you a bit. So I just want to ask you a couple of follow-up questions. So you're in the reintegration unit. What does it mean to be in the integration unit? Who gets it? How do you get accepted into that?
Well, we put an application in and they accept the application, but we go through a vigorous interview to make sure that you're held accountable being in this program. You got to be held to a certain standard to be there, knowing that you're trying to make a change in your life, saying that it's enough is enough.
All right. So when you went through this interview, right? And I get that enough. You filed this application. You went through this interview. How do you convince them that you're now this mature person and ready to be a part of this specialized unit?
During my interview, I explained that I had 12 tickets, and I felt that enough was enough. Changing my own ways to better myself. I felt that I can't be of service to anybody unless I prepare myself and better myself, holding myself accountable.
So give me a couple of words that describes the change you see in yourself.
I'm no longer that immature young man anymore. I'm of service.
You're what?
I'm of service. I help others. I'm trustworthy. Definitely I get the job done. I'm definitely trustworthy. The man I was back then is not the man I am now.
And I have a note that says you're an elder in the block.
Yes, ma'am.
And what does an elder mean?
It's basically somebody you can come to at a time of need, to get information from. Being that I've been down 21 years, there's guys that come in and out of prison. And when they need guidance, I step up to the plate and I give them my story, telling them that this is not a route that you want to go. You know, serving 21 years in prison and the things I had experienced in prison, going through the things I went through.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. White. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Palmieri. So, Mr. White, in your letter on page 4, you talk about taking the RAGE program and thresholds and you're learning emotional self-regulation. Were you able to figure out what was behind your anger, what you were carrying around with you?
A lot of my rage came from trying to find acceptance and knowing that I was seeking acceptance from all the wrong people instead of getting it from knowing that my family was there the whole time. I was lacking to realize that. And me being in prison realized that.
knowing these rages before they get out of hand and
Can
seeking
you say
better
that again?
alternatives.
Nobody what?
Say that again, ma'am?
I didn't understand that last sentence. Nobody rages, what?
No, basically, I was saying, seeing the rage before it gets there, my triggers.
Well, right, I understand how you regulate it. I'm trying to understand what was underneath it. Like, why were you so angry? And finding acceptance, but your family was there, so you had acceptance? Did you have a rough childhood? What were you angry at the world about?
Well, I had a decent upbringing for my family.
That's what I read.
And I was going to the street seeking help, which I shouldn't have been doing that. Acceptance, belonging.
I'm not finding that the same thing as carrying around a lot of anger.
Growing up, I had a lot of anger problems that I kept in.
Yes, but what was the cause of the anger that you were carrying around with you?
It was just anger, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to encourage you to do some work to figure that out.
Yes,
because, you know, I know you've asked for some therapy that you want, that's part of your plan, and I think that's important. You need to unpack it.
Yes, ma'am.
And find out what was behind it. So you didn't know the victim, but when you laid eyes on him, knowing he was coming home from the hospital, as my colleague just said, he was elderly and frail.
Yes, ma'am.
It seemed like striking him was absolutely unnecessary to rob him. So why did you take that action?
Now that I look back at it, I should have never took that action. There's no excuse for that.
I'm asking you why you did. I don't believe there is an excuse. Why did you do it?
At the point in time, ma'am, that's how I felt, which I shouldn't have done it.
Well, obviously, because he died.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, I'm just trying to understand, like, you're 20 years old. You probably had considerable weight on this frail, elderly, 89-year-old man coming back from a recent hospitalization. And I just don't know why you needed to overpower him in such a way that you would use, you know, a strike to knock him down. That's all I was trying to understand. What was the evidence you wanted your brother to dispose of?
It was his medication, a wallet. I think that was a medication in his wallet.
So you said from the Voices program, you learned about the vast and far-reaching effects of your actions, and you listed different entities impacted by you. You mentioned our community. Tell me what you think the impact of your crime was on the community there in Bristol.
The impact it made in Bristol was that terror was brought to their town. People not being safe in their neighborhood because of my actions. Basically, elderly people couldn't be around. That nobody was safe because of my actions.
I mean, as an elderly person, you know, there's a sense of vulnerability anyway. And, you know, to have, you know, acted in such a way that you took someone's life causes ripple effects of fear throughout the community and further isolating elderly people who will stay home because it doesn't feel safe to be out. This happened in broad daylight. And, you know, it's really a shame, and it's really important that you appreciate what you took from so many people in that community and how long it's taken for people to recover from what happened to the victim in this case. So, so you're asking for a halfway house, even though your cousin is willing to sponsor you?
Yes, ma'am. I feel like the structure It helps me, and I get to use the halfway house to give me all the resources that I need.
What do you understand about parole?
Parole holds me accountable. I need to go forward and do the right thing. I know going through parole, I can get the help that I need.
Well, parole officers do have access to programs and services to help you. They're not just there as a mechanism of accountability. They're there to support you being successful. They want that for you, and they can help you if you engage with your parole officer from a positive mindset that this is somebody else also on your support team that maybe knows a little bit more than you and can guide you. But you have to be in a place mentally to accept the help. Otherwise, the relationship is going to be years of drudgery where you're, dodging and, lying to your parole officer when you'd be wasting the opportunity that we would be affording you with a grant today. So understand that it's up to you, the mindset you take into the parole relationship. But this is somebody that can help you. They also have arrest powers. So you violate the conditions of your parole and you can be brought back to the facility to finish your sentence. So you need to take the responsibility seriously.
And that I will do, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Mr. White.
Thank you.
Point, previously noted there's no victim in this case, so we will afford the opportunities to the attorneys present to make a statement. We'll begin with State's Attorney Green. If you have any comments or statements you would like to make, you may do so now.
Thank you. As the panel is aware, the defendant entered Alford pleas to both the felony murder charge and the criminal attempt to commit witness tampering. The murder, as the panel is aware, occurred on September 24th of 2003. And simply put, it was a heinous and violent act against a vulnerable 89-year-old man who was returning home from the hospital. That gentleman was Mr. Tallarico. He returned to his apartment where the defendant was waiting for him with a hoodie, sweatshirt, and a mask. The defendant approached him, struck him in the face, causing him to fall to the ground and bleed onto the floor. The defendant then took his wallet and a bag and fled the scene. Mr. Tallarico subsequently succumbed to his injuries after several days, and his death was ruled a homicide from subdermal hematoma from the injuries he incurred in the incident. Until first responders arrived at that location, Mr. Tallarico lay on the floor bleeding and in pain as the defendant left. He made no attempt to call for help or take any accountability for his actions until there was a warrant for his arrest. Once the defendant was taken into custody, he did agree to speak to police and did admit to both the robbery and the murder incident. Additionally, as the panel is aware, the defendant was also convicted and sentenced of attempting to tamper with the witnesses who were the female co-defendants in this case. He did threaten to kill those witnesses. As the panel is aware, he wrote a letter expressing his desire to kill these women and, quote, shut them up by any means, end quote, to help himself. He spoke about his desire to harm these women to other inmates at Department of Corrections, as well as that letter to his family members. Simply put, the defendant, if this plan had been successful, would have been responsible for 2 further murders beyond the death of Mr. Tallarico, showing no understanding of how these actions could cause further harm to others in the community. Ultimately, the defendant finds himself incarcerated because of the choices he has made and the malice he has demonstrated to one of the most vulnerable members of the Bristol, Connecticut community. The state is troubled by the fact that the defendant continued to pick up a further 12 disciplinary tickets as recently as 2019 while he's been incarcerated, and continues to make the same mistakes again, demonstrating that he doesn't understand that his actions have direct and real consequences to both himself and others. This demonstrates to the state that the defendant is not someone who should be released from the Department of Corrections and would have difficulty being a productive member of society because he continues to have involvement with, let's say, the criminal justice system, both before and during his time in the Department of Corrections, and may continue to have those kind of problems after release. It should be noted that based on the state's review of the original file, it appears that this is the first time that the defendant has expressed remorse to the decedent's family and the actions he took against that gentleman. At the time of the original sentencing, there were several members of the decedent's family that were interviewed for the pre-sentence investigation report. And I just wanted to read a brief quote from one of the victim's nieces. Quote, "As kind a man as he was, and as gentle a life as he lived, he did not deserve to die a violent, brutal death. The man that murdered my uncle does not deserve any sympathy. He behaved like a monster and must be punished to the fullest. There should be no leniency. The court should not forget the next time this monster strikes, it could be someone from their family. I would not want anyone to suffer the pain that my family and I have had to endure over the tragic, senseless, and brutal loss of my uncle. I don't think 25 years is enough." While the state commends the defendant for taking steps to better himself, as well as engaging in programming at the Department of Corrections to address his ongoing substance abuse issues and help him to adjust to life after his period of incarceration, these steps can't completely erase the actions taken by the defendant in his past. The defendant states that he wants to be there for his family and his daughter, yet he didn't hesitate in taking the life of another person who was also greatly missed by his family and friends and did not deserve what happened to him. The actions taken by the defendant in both of the cases before the panel and his further actions at the Department of Corrections demonstrate not only his indifference to human life and his disregard for the laws of the state of Connecticut, but just that he hasn't changed from when he was originally convicted. The state would therefore request that the parole request be denied and for the defendant to complete his original sentence as originally imposed by the court. And I would like to thank the panel for its time today. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Green. Attorney Thomas, it is now your opportunity to make any final remarks or statements.
Thank you very much, members of the board. There's no question that Mr. White's offense conduct was absolutely heinous. The senseless and violent taking of an elderly person's life is an unspeakable act that causes immeasurable pain, not just pain to the victim and the victim's family, but to the entire community. And then Mr. White then compounded that harm by engaging in the deeply misguided and wrong efforts to conceal evidence, interfere with the prosecution of his co-defendants, and even threaten their lives. These were the actions of a selfish and deeply immature young man who had zero regard for the rights of others or for the consequences of his actions. However, in the words of Brian Stevenson, that is embodied in Public Act 23-169 and its statutory framework, which this board must consider, each of us is more than the worst thing we've ever done. In considering Mr. White's application for parole here today, this board must look at more than simply the offense that was committed, but also the offender and his subsequent development. The man who appears before you today is not the same reckless 20-year-old who committed these terrible acts. He's a 41-year-old man who has spent over 2 decades taking concrete steps to understand his actions, to hold himself accountable, and to become a better person. Of course, the record before you documents an arc during Mr. White's time in prison. He initially struggled to adjust, and he made poor choices, and he did receive disciplinary tickets. However, over the past 5 years, since 2019, Mr. White has had an unblemished disciplinary record. And during that time, Mr. White has faced many ups and downs and challenges in life that are even more difficult in a prison environment. I first met Mr. White because I learned that he had had a very serious knee surgery while he was incarcerated in 2022 as a result of degenerative and traumatic issues with his patellar tendon and quad tendon. After a very serious and invasive surgery, Mr. White then had to face rehabilitation. He was prescribed prescription medications, including narcotics, to deal with the pain. Mr. White had a very difficult time, and in prison, having a knee injury and having a knee surgery also makes you vulnerable to other inmates. Certainly having been prescribed oxycodone, he could have fallen back into drug addiction. But during this entire 5-year period, including that injury, rehabilitation, surgery, Mr. White maintained this positive path where correctional officers of our state who are responsible for watching over the dangerous inmates as well as the reformed, actually took the time to write for him, not only that he was doing an excellent job, but that he has taken the initiative, and these are their words, that he has been consistent with his job responsibilities, that he would be an asset wherever he is, that he has completed all tasks of him, and anything extra that is needed is done without any issue. This is not the 20-year-old man who committed these heinous offenses. And moreover, given that his most recent tickets were related to substance use, it's particularly important that Mr. White has not only completed but taken a leadership role in the Tier 2 program, and that he has truly taken to heart the assistance and the lessons that were learned in those programs. And he has similarly excellent evaluations in the files you've received for those many programs that he's taken. Mr. White has developed empathy that was completely lacking at the time of this offense. He has become a person who there is a reasonable probability will not violate the law upon release, as he has not violated any rules of the DOC in the past 5 years. Second, under the statute, subsection F4, the benefits of release highly outweigh the benefits of continued incarceration for Mr. White. Certainly, if the state believes that there's been no correction of Mr. White in 21 years, hard for me to see what correction will occur in the last 4 or 3.5 years that he has remaining until his end of sentence. Whereas release now to the halfway house that Mr. White has himself wisely believes is in his interest would allow him to be released with the supervision, structure, and rules and gradual reintegration into society that this board has often granted through commutations or other relief, which is better than simply releasing someone to the street at the end of their sentence with a flat sentence like Mr. White has. So the benefits greatly outweigh the benefits of continued incarceration for Mr. White. And finally, under the statute, this defendant has demonstrated substantial rehabilitation considering his character, background, and history. In my view, he's demonstrated remarkable rehabilitation. He has completed so much programming and he has done so with a great amount of insight. And he's earned his GED. He's begun to pursue higher education. Mr. White, I think very importantly when it comes to rehabilitation, has taken responsibility and accountability for his actions. He did not put the state through the expense of a trial to prove his guilt for these crimes that he committed. He did not file habeas corpus after habeas corpus alleging that the state had somehow violated his rights. He did his time. He didn't do it perfectly, but he made great improvements and substantial rehabilitation, doing his time, admitting his guilt, and I believe very sincerely showing his remorse here today. So in considering all of the totality of the circumstances, I urge this board to heed the legislature's directive to view youth offenders through a lens of growth and transformation, placing great weight on their capacity for change. And Mr. White is one of those people who has shown tremendous fortitude to overcome his challenges and become a mature, thoughtful adult who is deserving of a second chance at life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, at this time, we will begin deliberations. Just give us a few minutes, please. Ms. Dance?
Yeah, so I think I started off because I wanted to hear Mr. White's response to the attempt to tamper with witness. And I feel he was pretty honest and clear in what he did and his reasons for doing it. I then asked about the murder offense, and he acknowledged that, yes, he and his co-defendant did plan to rob the 89-year-old victim in the co-defendant's apartment building, and that they planned to do it, when he came back from the hospital. I asked him what he did, and he specifically said, he hit the victim in the face and he fell to the ground, and then they took the wallet and fled. So what I heard Mr. White saying today is 25 years ago when this happened, he did not fully absorb what he has done, but he's taken full responsibility for the damage and the harm he's caused to the victim's family, and the community at large. And that he would like to give something back to the community in order to, amend something wrong that he has done. I asked him at the time of the offense what was going on with him, and he was under the influence of alcohol and marijuana. And so right after that, I then asked him to explain the three DRs that involve the Suboxone and the Suboxone and Prono. And he indicated that he was not able to see his daughter, whatever happened. And so he acted foolishly, but that he did realize how much he had screwed up what he has done, and took the Tier 2 program and learned a lot about what he needs in order to stay clean and sober. He has identified that he's aware if and when he goes back in the community, he'll need a sponsor. He already has connected with a mentor at the Mount Olive Church, which he has identified, and that many of the programs that he has taken has helped him to make better decisions. And since his last DR in 2019, he relooked at himself and decided that he needs to go forward in a more positive way by not getting any more DRs. And he talked about the fact that he is a mentor. He's an elder in the block that he's in, and that he took several other programs that were able to help him, such as the Goals Group Rage, the 7 Good Minutes, and From Boys to Men, where he learned the importance of the transition from being a boy to a man, and leaving his youth behind him and the behavior that went along with it. And you know, he talked about the importance of, you know, the Voices program when he took it in 2022, how it truly brought home to him the impact of what he did to the victim and the victim's family and his community. I do think in terms of his release plan that he has identified, he talked about, you know, I asked what would be a high risk for him in terms of his decision making. And he talked about if he's met with any resistance with the ability to obtain a job or seeing the negative people from his past, but knowing that he has a sponsor that he can turn to, he has identified that sponsor at his church. For his employment, his cousin owns a delivery service where he will be driving in the truck with his cousins to do delivery. Right now, he is being considered for outside clearance, and that if he does get that, he will be able to seek a work furlough assignment, and he identified the boatyard and telemark as job positions that he can obtain. His social support in the community is his mother, his sister, his two brothers, and his cousins. And so for me, I think, you know, in the best interest of public safety, that Mr. White be given an opportunity to be under parole supervision so that he will have the assistance of parole to provide guidance and whatever services he needs, and he will be able to participate in the appropriate programs that he needs. So I have several no contact.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Let's finish deliberating. So I agree in that I think parole will provide a stabilizing, structured reentry for Mr. White, who has actively engaged in his own rehabilitation and taking responsibility for his criminogenic needs as well as his behavior there in the facility. And having been down 21 years at such a young age, the guidance, if he goes into it with the right mindset, will be to his benefit. Ms. Palmieri?
I agree with what that's been said, and I am also in favor of granting discretionary parole today. I do want to just comment, Attorney Taub has described Mr. White as immature at the time. I would take that just a little bit further. You know, it goes beyond being immature when you commit a crime against an elderly gentleman like this in the state that he was. You know, I would see it more as reckless and impulsive. You know, I say that because I also see through some of the latter programs that Mr. White has done, that he has developed a sense of empathy and appreciation for the harm that those actions cause, not just then, but what that harm does to the community in general, especially for the elderly. The elderly are our most vulnerable population along with the old. So I do appreciate that.
Well, and I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Just that the latter programs, I provided him just a more in-depth way of examining his feelings and insights into those types of crimes.
And ironically or not enough, it was his sobriety that afforded him the programs. It was his, abuse of substances out in the community that contributed to his committing the crime, because he obviously wasn't in his right mind, but he was also undereducated. He had dropped out in the 10th grade.
Yes.
And, it was pretty powerful reading in his statement, the catalyst of being in segregation for a dirty urine that made him want to better himself. So getting out of his addiction has opened up his world and the possibilities of his future. So I have no alcohol, mental health evaluation and treatment, no contact with the family of the victim, FT, and his 3 co-defendants. I'd also like to do a halfway house if needed. Any additions?
I have a halfway house, because he chose that instead of going to a cousin because.
Yeah, I agree. And I also wanted to have the house too, just never know what will transpire.
Right.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So in the matter of Herbert White, inmate number 315593, there is motion to grant parole on or after today's date of December 2nd, 2024, with the following conditions for your supervision. You're not to consume any alcohol. You're to engage in a mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary. You're to have no contact with the family of the victim, whose initials are FT. You're to have a halfway house placement, and you are to have no contact with your 3 co-defendants, Jessica Torres, Anastasia Gallup, and Dalitza Alejandro. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations, Mr. White. We wish you much success.
Good luck, Mr. White.
Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Talk to you later, Herb.
All right. Thanks, Alex.
Right, in number 315593, and it's 138.
Later.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cardona. Could you ask the officer to come in for a moment? Hello, officer. I believe the board's about ready to begin, so if you could just unmute the equipment for us.
That work?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, my name is Paroles and Wengertsman. Today is Monday, December 2nd, 2024. This is the Public Act 23169 hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. For the record, Mr. Cardona, the state of Connecticut passed and made effective October 1st of 2023, the Public Act 23169. It's an act concerning parole eligibility for an individual serving a sentence for a crime committed before the individual reached the age of 21 in criminal history records erasure. Fall under this act, and this means that for the age of 21, that the board shall give great weight to the diminished culpabilities of juveniles as compared to adults, the hallmark features of youth, and any subsequent growth and maturity that you displayed while we're reviewing suitability today. The following board members are present this afternoon by stating their names on the record, certified they've reviewed all statutorily required documents in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Deborah Smith-Palmieri.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
Thank you. Also present this afternoon, we have Attorney Michael. I apologize for your last name.
Pedavano.
Thank you. If you don't mind, can you please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record?
Sure. My name is Michael Pedavano. My juris number is 434281, and my business address is 55 Farmington Avenue, Hartford, Connecticut.
Also present this morning, we have State's Attorney Margaret Kelly. Attorney Kelly, if you can also please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record.
Yes, good afternoon. Margaret Kelly, juris number 302274, address is 14 West River Street in Milford, Connecticut. I have just members of the board, I have a 2:00 meeting with a victim's family. I hope to be able to come back to this, but I just don't want you to think I'm just abruptly leaving. So I just wanted to alert you to that. I apologize to council and to the board. Thank you.
Mr. Cardona, can you please state your name and ID number for the record?
My name is Raul Cardona, inmate number 273008.
Thank you. This is a public hearing in accordance to Chapter 14, Freedom of Information Act, Connecticut General Statute 1-200, which applies to this procedure. Mr. Cardona, if you have any questions concerning the above, please bring your questions to the attention of the panel at this time. Again, this is a public hearing. Mr. Cardona, do you have any questions, and are you willing to proceed with the hearing?
Yeah, we can proceed.
Thank you. Previously stated, this is a Public Act 23169 hearing. It's being conducted today in consideration of parole application for Raul Cardona, DeJesus 273008. Sir Cardona serving a sentence 32 years, 6 months flat, no probation followed for murder. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan in place that has been reviewed and shows that he has completed voices. Mr. Cardona also reported to having completed Tier 2, and he currently maintains a job assignment. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the RC falls low range risk for recidivism. Mr. Cardona, this is now your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole, and you may begin.
Again. Okay. My name is Raul Cardona. I am 44 years old. I have been incarcerated now for over 25 years. I would like to thank this board for this second opportunity to be here today, to express myself and show how much have I grown and I have changed over the past 25 years. I hope you will see evidence of this change today. In the summer of 2022, I came before this board for my commentation. I was blessed and truly grateful when I got my sentence reduced from 42.5 years to 32.5 years. I never imagined I would have a second chance to be here before you today. When the PA 23-169 passed, it was a blessing from God, which one I will be forever grateful, regardless of the outcome today. Before I continue, I would like to take this opportunity to tell the family of Mr. Joseph Paroles that I cannot imagine how difficult and emotional these days for them. I will never pretend I understand how they are feeling. But Mr. Paroles is not longer with his family because of what I did that day. I take full responsibility for the role I played in the murder of Mr. Joseph Paroles. I am sincerely sorry. Sorry for the pain, hurt, and missed opportunity my actions have caused. I'm sorry now you have to carry with bearing because what I did. I'm sorry not to put you through this process again. I understand no words or action can show the way I feel today. I live every day of my life seeking a way to show remorse and atone for my selfish actions by making a positive impact and being a part of the change we need today. The person to sit before you today is not a selfish, immature 19-year-old easily swayed by peer pressure, seeking attention, but rather a mature, selfless, responsible, and dependent man. I grew up in a single parent home with two brothers and sisters. My mother moved to Puerto Rico when I was from the United States when I was 2 years old. She separated from my father. I had not spoke to or seen my father since we moved to Puerto Rico. Growing up in a single parent's home in one of the most violent communities in Puerto Rico came with many challenges for me. I recall a day when my mother would beat me for no reason. One time she tied me to the bed because she was upset. The discipline I received from my mom was more like an abuse. One that was even more hurtful was what I often was the only one getting hit. And I understand that it was because I looked like my father. My mother drank alcohol daily, and her abuse and words were more painful when she was intoxicated. I did not have the support of her father or a good male role model. I would hang out on the street after school to escape my home. I never felt love and acceptance from my mother. So the street became my refuge. In the street, I was part of the brotherhood. We support and look out for each other. We talk, we laugh. When you follow the code, violating the code carries serious consequences. I remember one day, one of the older guys in the neighborhood split my head with a 2x4 for not defending a friend in the community. Living by this code means no matter what fall in line, you better help your brothers. This code ran my life for a long time because I was afraid of being punished. And these people were family. In this circle, I felt accepted and valued. At the age of 14, I withdrew from school to help my grandfather in the farm because my mother had fallen ill and was unable to work. So I made it my responsibility to get a job so I could help her with money. I also did some odd jobs in the weekend just to ensure we had enough money. I knew education was important, so I tried to attend night school, but I was denied because my age and not having my mother's signature. I continued to work because we needed the money. I was the elder in our house at the moment because my sister and my older brother had moved away. I also hope that my actions will help me to gain my mother's love, but sadly, it was not the case. At the age of 15, I came to the United States in search of my father and to find a job. I continued to help and support my grandparents and my mother. I was never able to find my father during the 4 years in the United States, moving between Connecticut and New York. I continued to look for support of males who were not positive role models. I could not find my father, and I was turned away by the male family members. I never thought being sent to prison for killing someone would be part of my life. But now I understand how my life circumstance played a role in my actions. On March 31st, 1999, being sent to prison was an awakening call for me. I worked daily to better myself, to become. I know I want to do and make a difference in these walls outside if given the opportunity. When I first come to prison 25 years ago, I was a lost, misguided 19-year-old kid, trying to find myself, wondering where I fit in. I did not speak or understand English. I started school to learn to speak, read, and write English because I knew it would be helpful to my progress and betterment while being in DOC custody. At age 44, I'm more mature and better equipped to deal with various situations because the tools and skills I have gained while incarcerated. I made it my mission to work on myself to understand who I am. I am grateful for the lessons I have learned during my incarceration because they contribute to the men who sit before you today. All the program I have completed play a part of my change. Being incarcerated allowed me to gain insight into who I was and who I want to be. Programs that had the greatest impact on my life were Voices, the Honor, the Authentic Manhood, and the Honor Reflection Program. The Voices helped me to understand the impact of my action on the victim, the family, all those that love him, and also the ripple effect on my action in the community. In the Voices program, I was able to see things from the perspective of the victim family. I will never truly understand what they are going through, but I came face to face with the fact that I destroyed the family. Since I started the honor program, I have taken lessons and skills that I have learned, such as anger management, empathy, and work ethic to improve myself in many ways. These lessons help me to understand and maintain a positive environment and relationships. There was a time when my cellmate was upset about something. When he confronted me, I spoke to him calmly, and we had able to have a good conversation. My response helped me to see how impact the honor program in my life. In addition, I have learned that improve of soft skills such as work ethic, teamwork, and time management. These are skills that I utilize daily through my employment and interaction with COs and other inmates. During the honor program, I met positive role models such as Chaplain, Schenkel, and Vega, who made a big impact on my life. They contribute to the men who sit before you today. This was important to me because I have not have a positive role model in my life before engagement in the honor program. Another program which had the greater impact on my life was the Authentic Manhood. This program was based on the model Jesus set during his 33 years in earth. The importance of being present or absent in the life in the son's life had a big impact on me. I never had a father or a positive role model. This left me with a deep wound and emptiness. I found refuge on the streets. This is not an excuse, but rather an experience to understand. I was able to come to grips with a defining moment and key relationships that have shaped my story and how to process the hurt and wound in my life. Knowing this, I have made it my mission to be a positive role model and mentor others. The honor program have a youth mentorship initiative known as the Honor Reflection, which consists of 5 men selected to be mentors for a group of 7 young men at Manson Youth Institute. This program held online. I have been a mentor in this program since it started 9 months ago, which allowed me to teach the younger inmates the skills that I have learned and share my knowledge I have gained. I encourage them to do better and do not let their situation define them, because change and rehabilitation is possible. Program impact me for it because I see what I am making a positive influence in their life. I'm helping the chance to change this path in their lives so they do not spend their youth and adult life behind bars. I understand the importance of the need of positive role models. And I am grateful that I am that to our youth and the Honor Reflection program. I obtained my GED at the United District School and enrolled in two vocational programs, graphic arts and carpentry. During my graphic art design study, I learned how to use multiple printing machines. In carpentry class, I learned how to make wood sign and use different tool machines. After graduating from the vocational program, I had the opportunity to apply to the market shop, where I have been working for 17 plus years. My responsibilities include shipping and receiving clerk, stocking the warehouse, and do the inventory for the entire market shop. And I also assist the shop supervisor to teach the mentor and new inmates. I believe these skills will be helpful as I seek employment. My immediate plan is to go to a halfway house. I believe that will be beneficial because so much has changed in the world today. I will need an additional support when I enter society after being incarcerated for the past 25 years. I will use my parole officer as a resource. If I'm in release from the DOC custody, I have great amount of support in the community. My uncle, Herbert, who lives in New Jersey, and my sister, Jeanette Nieve, will provide me with financial support until I gain independence. I have been in contact with a friend, Benito Lugo, who worked at the Community Partners in Action as a career specialist, and he has agreed to help me. Being gainfully employed is one of my top goals. I plan to apply to Best Chance Program and other agencies with the help of the case management from the Community Partners in Action and my parole officer. I will engage in therapy at Willard's Clinic, as I know individual therapy will be necessary as I return to society. I would love to be part of giving back to the community by connecting with agencies such as Connecticut Compact Youth and SCRIP, and continue to mentor youth. I would like to use my story as an example to what can happen to someone with great potential to take and make poor decisions. At this moment, I would like to express my deepest, and I fully take full responsibility of my involvement in Mr. Ferron's murder. He did not deserve that, and I had no right to do what I did. I make no excuse. After completing all the work and programs during my incarceration, I have gained some important insight and perspective of my life. I was 19 years old, lost and misguided, without the guidance of a positive role model or a father that called died. Again, I do not excuse myself. My actions now I am 44 years old and have spent 2 decades in prison. I see the world for a different view, and I am a different person. I know I can change what happened, or I may never be forgiven. Nothing I do will make up for the pain and destruction I have caused Mr. Ferron's family. However, if given the opportunity to return to the community, I would like to make my goal to be a productive member of society and contribute to build and mentoring others. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Cardona. We appreciate all of the time and effort you put into that opening statement, and you did a great job delivering it. So we're going to take turns asking you some questions before we turn the hearing over to the attorneys. We're going to begin with my colleague, Ms. Palmieri.
So good afternoon, Mr. Cardona. Great job on that opening statement. You really touched on a lot of the areas that we would be wanting to hear about, right? You know, I'm just going to harken back to the beginning of your statement where you spoke about your original sentence was supposed to be 2.5 years, and you were fortunate to get a sentencing commutation with 10 years off your sentence. I was on that hearing, and I'm sure you recall that I did not vote in favor of the commutation at that time. So as I reviewed your case today, I want you to know that today's hearing is different than the commutation hearing. Today's hearing is to determine your suitability for parole. So it is with somewhat of a different lens today. We're looking at your case. Right? I wanted you to know that I was coming into the hearing today with a different look at your case. So as we do go through your case, we do need to talk about the offense. You know, it's a very violent offense, and it was the harm to the victim was he's not only was he murdered, but the harm in that murder being committed is really just incredibly violent. I'd like you to tell me what your role in that offense was.
My role with that part was I was a follower. And so when I saw my Cody Armando Rivera attacking Mr. Joseph Raul, my reaction was just help him. So when Armando stabbed him, I grabbed the other knife and stabbed him too. I was a follower, like doing whatever he wanted to do. And I was scared at the moment.
And then you drove the victim's car and left it in Bridgeport.
In Bridgeport.
I did read all the police reports. There's a lot of different scenarios that go along with this police report, that go along with this offense. That your version is probably one of the most clear of that. I'm not going to get into a lot of details about it because I think it just is not necessary. I think it's important for us to recognize what your specific role was in it. So I appreciate you coming forward with that. We did read about your co-defendants. So today we are also here to talk about some of the changes that have happened with you since the age of 19 to the 44 that you are now. And you went through a lot of the details, so I don't have a tremendous amount, too many questions for you. But I do want to talk a little bit about offender change, right? We need to explore what's different about you today than it was when you're 19, aside from the fact that you're an older person. But what has changed in terms of your thinking and how you process information? So you've taken a lot of programs. And let me back up for a quick second. The first thing you probably did was educate yourself. I read that you were a Spanish-speaking individual when you came into the facility, and now clearly you appear to have mastered the English language.
Yep.
And how did you do that?
I took it on myself to try to better myself and gain help from persons in the block, school, teachers. So I needed it to understand the words they were speaking to me. To understand inmates and DOC staff, I had to learn how to speak English and understand it. So I took it on myself and signed up to go to school.
And you felt that was important. Tell me again, why was that important to do to you?
It was important because to understand somebody that's talking to you and you don't know what he's saying, it's hard to follow directions. So when you understand what they're telling you, it's good to understand it so that you follow instructions. Whatever the staff tell you to do, you do it. But when the inmate is mad at you and he's saying something that you don't understand, you can understand him, why was his anger or what he's saying. So living in here, you have to be prepared for everything.
So with that, you received your GED in 2007. I have a note that the highest grade you had completed in the community was 7th grade. Is that pretty accurate?
Yep.
And then since getting your GED, you have done a number of programs, and you went through some of them. You did a nice job talking about the Voices program. And you did the Tier 2 program a long time ago, in 2001. And the Alternative to Violence program, you did partially until you were transferred?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And now you've been in the honors program. Are you still in the honor program?
Yes.
Okay. Are you doing your mentoring virtually now? I just want to make sure I'm clear. Okay.
Yes.
All right. And how long have you been in the honor program?
I've been in the honor program since 2020.
2020. Now, is that a program you applied to?
No, that was a program they started in 2020 after COVID.
Right.
To
and how did
help,
you get involved?
Because they had all the inmates, they have not been in problems with no ticket free, no fight, and they had a job permanently.
Okay. So they approached you to see if you wanted to be involved in it. Okay. How'd you feel about that? How did you feel about being asked to be a part of that program?
I feel good when they ask if I want to be part of that, and if I want to be part of the change that we're trying to do. I feel good, and I had a lot of responsibility at the time with helping inmates outside the shops, teaching how to work the machines. So it was good to finally, find a block they're trying to help us with programs.
Being part of the honor program, what does that do for you?
For me,
yeah,
it was
what do
a
you
change.
Get out of it?
It made me change to see how people, when you ask for help, they give it to you. And learn how to use somebody to help you on positive ways, ask for help for the staff, and integrate with inmates and make them see different perspective of yourself.
Do you think the honor program is working?
Yes.
Why do you say that?
So far, we didn't have no incidents in our unit. We work in the unit, we keep the unit clean, we work with staff to help other inmates. We work with the counselors, the unit manager. We all have a group that we all sit down and talk. Like twice a week, we sit down and talk and see how you're feeling for the day. Like we gotta check in and see how you're feeling for the day. If you're feeling down, so we got another group of people that help you trying to get back to you,
Okay.
They ask you questions, they 1 to 10.
So it sounds like you mentor, but also get some mentoring yourself.
Yes.
Through those groups. Okay. How long were you in Virginia?
We was like a year, 2 years, we was down there.
Okay. Did you do any programs while you were in Virginia?
Nah, I was working in laundry.
Working laundry, okay. I know that, you know, it's important for us also to look at your disciplinary history. And it's unusual to see somebody your age go into the facility and not have any problems for that first 10 years. We usually see mostly a lot of the DRs with the younger inmates. You must see it early in their sentence while they're pretrial waiting sentence. You didn't seem to have any troubles like that. Why was that?
When I came to jail, I was by myself. You know, I had my family supporting me and keeping myself positive and keep doing the doctor stuff and inside the facility like I used to do on the street. Stay out of the people's faces, don't interact, don't try to get it. But at the same time, I started getting help from inmates and counselors and Corrigan Correctional Facility that they help me to stay positive and give me programs, school, and keep myself busy.
You have one disciplinary report in 2010. I would say it's not very significant. So first disciplinary report 10 years into your sentence, and then nothing since. So nothing for the last 14 years.
Nope.
You mentioned briefly that you've been working in the marker shop for 17 and a half years.
Yes.
How does one manage to stay in the same job for that long?
Well, I enjoy my job. I work with the supervisors, you know, made plastic bag, license plates for the whole state. I help the supervisor sometime fixing a warehouse, get everything, all the inventory. And I enjoy my job. Every time I get up 7 in the morning, ready to go to work to 1 o'clock. It's like 5 days a week.
And you've had a lot of responsibility within that job, a couple of different, I don't know, would you call them promotions or are they job shifts,
No.
job changes?
For me, it was, I started doing bags. Then I took a big position that I started fixing the warehouse, inventory, make sure all the plastic they're going out or getting ordered, getting ready to go out. So it was a promotion from plastic bag to inventory person, being the clerk, make sure all the stuff be ordered, come in, and everything they go out, make sure everything is in order.
So with each job shift, there was some more responsibility to it.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And do you have individuals that work underneath you
Yes.
that you're in charge of? Okay.
Yes.
How many people do you think are accountable?
14.
Okay. That's quite a responsibility.
Yeah.
You think you're a good leader?
I think I learned how to be a good leader with them. And the thing is, I listen to them. Sometimes it's good to listen to make sure they are comfortable with the job they're doing. If not, I just talk to the supervisor and we look for a better spot for them. So if they're not comfortable with the job they're doing, we just remove them, we'll put them in other areas.
Do you ever have any troubles that you have to speak to somebody about their behavior or have to redirect someone?
Nope. Because we all in that shop, it's like we all like a family. We're all in the same block, we live with each other. So we just do our job, and when I tell them they do something, they do it without asking the question or why. because they know we just there to do a good job and that's it.
Sounds like everybody takes some pride in what they do.
Yeah.
So no grumbling when people have to work too much? No?
Nah.
Okay. Ever have to de-escalate some, any disagreements between individuals?
Yeah, we had one argument between two inmates because they want to work in the computer area. So they only got 4 computers.
So they have to.
So they all started arguing, no, it's my turn to do this, do that. So me and the supervisor had to get involved to talk to them and let them know that every job and position in there, you got to learn from the bottom up. You cannot go like you just came in and you just want to go to the computer. You can't do that. That's how we just count down everything in the shops.
Have you had an opportunity to read some of the evaluations from your supervisor in the marker shop?
For myself?
Yes.
Yes, I read them.
And you hear some of the way they describe you as respectful and responsible, proficient, take initiative, work well with others. Those are all characteristics I would hope that they will be transferable for you into the community when you go out to seek employment.
Yeah.
Are there any programs that you wish you were able to take or that you would still like to take at the facility?
They had a program that I was waiting for, but they never had the chance to find a facilitator for it. It was Trestle and Manhood Tree.
Okay. And you were on the wait list for them?
Yes.
Okay. And not able to take them. If you're back in the community and you need to take programs, what do you think will be helpful?
Well, for me, the first thing will be mental health.
Why do you think you need that?
It's one thing is as inmates, after being incarcerated for so many years, we had the tendency of look out everywhere we walk. And it's like a trauma in our head. I don't know if it's what it's like when we walk and we hear keys, we just get nervous. We look at the side like, because that's the signs of somebody's fighting or see us running somewhere and you got to get out of the way. So that trauma is in our minds right now. And to get back to society, we need help to get that fixed before integrated back to society.
Thank you. You have on your release plan going to a halfway house.
Yes.
Do you have support in the community?
Yes.
What do you have in the community that you can count on?
I got my uncle Herbert Albert Herbert.
Is he the uncle in New Jersey?
Yes.
Okay.
And my sister Jeanette Nieves.
Where's your sister?
She's in Puerto Rico.
Okay. Anybody local that you can count on?
Local, I will have a friend, Benito Lugo, that work at the Community Partners in Action.
Okay.
And he's gonna help me with all the help necessary I need for the street. He will help me after I come out of the halfway house to get all the paperwork that I need. Trying to get me to school for the CDL. That's my other goal. And then I will have my social worker. She be helping me a lot, and I will continue to contact her and talk about with her and everything. And my lawyer, Michael, he will be assisting me too.
You know, being out in the releasing to the community, you know, whether it's today or at your end of sentence time, you know, you've been incarcerated for a very long time, and you just described some of the traumas that are ingrained in you from being in prison for so long. And I would think it could be overwhelming. And I also think it could be difficult to find employment and housing at some point. Have you thought about how you'll manage some of those frustrations or disappointments?
I managed to get some people in my corner right now that will help me to get employment immediately if I get released. I got a friend that work in Amazon in Hartford, and then I got a friend in here that his sister help her fix housing and stuff like that, and he said she would give me a job with her.
Okay. Question. So, went right out. I'm sorry. I had a thought of a question and went right out of my head. Okay. So you also have on your release plan that you'd like to get your CDL.
Yeah.
Okay. And you mentioned working with a program to do that. You've already identified a program for that. Is that for CPA?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. And you go to the halfway house. Have you thought about what might be a little difficult for you when you first get out?
I have think about like the positive obstacles and stuff that I would have, but like I say, I would need the help. Like I would ask for help, especially my parole officer. Like, I would be in touch with him to help me pass those obstacles.
Because you have no criminal history. You've never been on community supervision before. Have you talked to anybody what it's like to be on parole, what the advantages are, what people struggle with?
Yeah, I have talked to a friend of mine that he went home like 10 years ago, and he's doing good in the community right now. He said that it's a struggle if you're by yourself. But if you have people in your corner to help you, you can pass all the obstacles in there.
Parole serves a couple of purposes in the community. It provides safety to the community, monitoring in the community. They have arrest powers if you start getting into trouble again.
Yep.
But they also have a bank of resources and point you in the direction for support, housing. And that's twofold. They have a lot of programs they work with, but you have to be able to think about what your needs are also. Or you have to be able to be honest with them. Tell them when you're struggling. Tell them if you have concerns. So it's really a two-way street.
Yeah.
And I always like to say, nobody is looking to violate somebody. So if you're successful, everybody else is successful. So that is ultimately the goal.
All right.
Because I look, you were a teenager when you were arrested, and now you're a middle-aged person. Big difference. So when you go into prison at the age of 19 and you have a 42-year sentence, how do you stay hopeful over that time?
I have my family to thank for. And during my incarceration, I started meeting all my family for part of my father that I never met before. Like my grandmother, sisters, brothers, niece, nephews. So all of them have kept me in a positive way to keep going and fighting to go to see them again on the street.
So your family has been encouraging over the years. You must not see them though, if they're not in Connecticut.
I talk to them on the phone.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Cardona, I do not have any other questions for you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So Mr. Cardona, you know, you've really done a remarkable job this period of incarceration. Between the programs, the vocational training, your education, and your behavior in the facility, you're to be commended. So with that said, I do need to go into the crime. I need to understand better. How long had you been employed at Kentucky Fried Chicken?
I was there for like 3 months.
And did you know your co-defendants before you started the job?
One of them.
Which one?
Jose Rivera. No, I think Jose Pedraza.
Okay.
That's his name, Pedraza.
He was, okay, so your younger co-defendant. So the situation as it evolved there at the business, Rivera was having conflict with the victim, the manager of the KFC, and it was building.
Excuse me? Can you repeat that?
Rivera was having some conflict with the supervisor, the victim in this case, and it was kind of building up.
Yes.
And there was some communication back and forth among the three of you, you know, that he intended to, you know, have it out with the victim. With that,
Now, when he came into the back, I didn't understand what was going on because they was arguing, and I didn't understand English at the time. So when he came to the back and explained to me what was happening, I asked him, like, yo, you did it? He said, no. He said, I was in the back with you all day. So when the managers came to the back arguing with him, again, they started arguing, and Armando grabbed him and stabbed him through the back. So when he did that, my reaction was like when I used to be in Puerto Rico, help your friend follow the code, you know. So I grabbed the other knife.
I struggle with that. In 3 months, you had such allegiance to this individual that you had no moral compass in the moment, but to join in taking the life of another person.
Yeah, I was following a code because I was raised with a group of people, like, to be with them and to follow them, you have to follow whatever they do.
But there was some rumbling, some grumbling going on ahead of time that Rivera was pissed off.
Yeah, it was pissed off.
But
when they started,
you saw some indicators that something was going to go down. And you didn't remove yourself from the situation, and in fact, you ended up playing a massive role in this.
I was a follower.
So your attorney describes it as impulsive and reckless immaturity. You know, there was a degree of rage on your part, on Mr. Rivera's part, such that this victim was stabbed 28 times before he died on the floor of that restaurant kitchen.
Yes.
So, you know, it wasn't so much impulsive and reckless as it was fueled by rage.
Yes.
How did you get elected to drive the body to Bridgeport?
He told me to drive the car to Bridgeport, where he was going to turn the car and burn the car.
But he didn't follow you because he took Jose home.
Yeah, I waited, and the place he told me to wait for him, and I left the car right there and left.
So not much brotherhood there. Pretty misguided allegiance. So then, you know, as you guys were cleaning up this impossible to clean crime scene, you decided to make it look like a robbery.
That was his idea.
Uh-huh. So he broke into the safe and then split the money.
Yep.
Okay. So your attorney saying the undisputed fact that the primary purpose of this homicide was for financial gain isn't true,
No.
right? Okay. So the victim input at the time of sentencing or in the pre-sentence investigation talked about your crime as one of torture. And apparently as the victim was being killed, he repeatedly asked, "What did I do to you?"
I know he spoke something, but I didn't understand what he was saying.
Because you were overheard saying, "I did it for Victor." Who's Victor?
No.
It sounded like the statement was, "I did it for Victor, your brother," but you don't have a brother named Victor.
Nope.
So were the victim to be here today or one of his family members, and they again posed the question to you, why? Why?
I was a follower. I was like, I never thought, this would have happened. I used to just follow my instincts and help them.
And your instinct was to pick up a knife and repeatedly stab another human being.
Yes.
I'm a little bit perplexed in the document from your attorney by the statement that the nature and circumstances surrounding the offense do not rise to the level of required continued incarceration. You got a 42-year sentence that was reduced to 32 years, and this would be the equivalent of 6.5 years of discretionary parole, you being back out in the community, which means your sentence was really 26 years incarceration. So I'm not on board with it. The sentence is what the sentence is, and it, I think entirely fits the heinous nature of this crime. You showed no mercy to another human being and no regard for his humanity in your disposal of his body. You indicated in your documents that you're going to live each day showing remorse and atoning for your acts. Can you give me 3 different ways that you're going to do that?
I contribute back to the community.
I need you to be specific.
I will help with the youth on the community so they do not commit the same acts or something similar to what I did, and they can choose the better path than what they're taking.
Any other ways you plan to atone or give back?
I will give back, like I'll be giving back since starting now. I'll be giving to St. Jude, helping donations. We donated clothes to the homeless in Hartford and Waterbury. We have donated to King Queen Sutton in Hartford. It's a donation that we did for school supplies for kids.
Who is this we that you're referring to?
The whole unit, the honor unit.
but you won't be part of that when you're back in the community. So are there other?
I'm still gonna be part of that because I still got in contact with the person they doing the donations. And I told him that if I'm released, I would like to help him in his organization.
There are lots and lots of charities out in the community. So, volunteering your efforts in existing organizations would be positive. You could certainly, seek out adult ed and teach people English as a second language. You know it better than anybody.
Yeah.
So your statement earlier in the hearing about being a productive member of society, what does that mean to you?
Doctor, to be part of the community as a productive member will be to help in the community to make sure everybody need what it needs. If I need to help my neighbor with grass, I help my neighbor with my grass. The community, like the kids in the community, if I see somebody that's not doing right, just trying to pull it to the side, talk to them, trying to engage in a good conversation with anybody that I can get to, and help, especially in schools, try to go to school and talk to kids about
I'm not sure how realistic that is as a convicted felon that you're going to be able to speak in our public schools, but there are other ways that you can give back.
Yeah.
I would encourage you to think of being a productive member of society as someone who earns a paycheck, pays their taxes, registers to vote when you're eligible to, be a volunteer, give of your time and your efforts, be a supportive neighbor, like you're talking about, coming up on snow shoveling season, as they tell us, even this week, so you could be a bridge to others in your community who don't speak English. All right, thank you for talking with me, Mr. Cardona. Ms. Chance?
Just wanted to ask Mr. Cardona maybe just one or two questions. You said you normally work the day shift. Why were you working the night shift on that particular night?
The chef in that night, he called out sick, so they called me to work for him.
Who called you?
The first shift manager.
And you were only there for like 2 or 3 months, you said?
Yes.
Did you know that your co-defendant, Mr. Rivera, would be working that evening?
Nope.
Did he know the shift manager?
The shift manager?
Yeah, did Mr. Rivera know him?
I did not know how to answer that, if he knew it, but he worked the second shift turn, so I don't know if he worked before with him or not.
And you got the job because of your co-defendant, Mr. Pedraza?
I got the job because a friend of the family that worked there, Rosa Hernandez, got me the job.
Who did she talk with?
She talked to the manager.
Which one?
The first shift, I forgot her name. It was the first shift manager.
So, why was it that you got the majority of the sentence? Because you got 42.5 years and Mr. Rivera got 40 years. And then Mr. Pedraza, I think, got 18.5 or something like that. Why?
At the time of the moment, I was trying to go to trial, fighting it. because at the moment I was in denial. I didn't want to take responsibility of my actions, and I was playing not guilty.
But didn't you end up pleading the Alpha Doctrine?
Yes.
And what is it that you disagree with why you were doing that?
I was ashamed of what my family would have thought. They would have found,
Wasn't that because they thought you were the one that planned the whole robbery and homicide? Wasn't that the reason?
Nah. When I went to trial, my lawyer told me capped out to the affidavit, because if not, if I would take it to trial, they would have given me the death penalty.
Yes. Yeah, I didn't. Okay. I'm all set. Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you. As previously noted, there is no victim input in this case. I'd like to turn the hearing to the attorneys. Attorney Kelly, are you present in order to participate in this time?
Still sits on hold.
Yes, thanks to that. Madam Chair, would you like to proceed?
Yes.
Attorney.
Yeah.
Thank you. Attorney, I'm so sorry. You can make any statements or final remarks that you have at this time.
Certainly, thank you. At first, I just want to clarify a few things that was that was brought up during the hearing. I think the first thing I'd like to mention is that I think Mr. Cardona, when answering that last question of why he pled guilty, was not answering the question of why he pled guilty under the Alfred Doctrine. I think that maybe was a miscommunication, and although Mr. Cardona has made extreme advancements in the English language, I still, working with him and knowing Mr. Cardona, recognize some things are apparently lost in confusion. The second thing I would like to clarify is that there are two, I believe, primary purposes for the commission of this crime. And though Mr. Cardona's primary, or excuse me, though Mr. Rivera's primary purpose certainly was anger, rage, in the latter, I don't necessarily believe that that was Mr. Cardona's purpose or Mr. Pedraza's purpose. I think Mr. Pedraza certainly was motivated by the financial gain. And I do just want to bring up, I recognize it's very difficult to understand what brought Mr. Cardona to this decision, right? I mean, why is he making this seemingly terrible decision? And I don't think anyone's able to really understand that without looking at his history and looking at the traumatic upbringing this man got in a single family home without a father, with an alcoholic mother who verbally abused him, who would physically abuse him, who would tell him that if he did not protect people, that she was going to beat him. And whether he protected that person or not, he was still beaten. So he has been brought up with this mentality, and you know, juxtapose that with what he learned on the streets of Puerto Rico. I mean, this man was quite literally had the code beaten into him by a 2x4 and split open. You can still see a scar on Mr. Cardona's face as evidence of that. And so I don't think anyone can really understand why they would be so reactionary and why they would be so fearful when somebody tells that individual, grab a knife and stab this guy. I don't think you can really put that into context without understanding this is how he grew up. Follow this code, protect your brothers, or you're going to get it next. And when he sees someone getting stabbed and he doesn't participate, his mentality is, that's me next. And so I think that there's also a distinction between in the moment, right, when he has no time to think, no time to really take a step back, and that time period where he's just kind of sitting there waiting for Mr. Rivera to show up. And that is the point where he did have some time to reflect, and he did have time to think about, oh my God, what have I just done? And I think that is maybe a difference that's not necessarily noted in any of the paperwork or answers that were provided. But I think that, again, he grew up with no real male role model. He came to the continental United States looking for his father, only to find, searching really for 3 years, only to find out that he died, and he was never able to find this man, never able to see him. And that was a problem for Mr. Cardona. And I think not only should this commission, or this board, excuse me, be looking at the crime. It's a heinous crime. There's no two ways about it. I think a lot of the information that we have about this crime comes from the other two co-defendants, placing blame on Mr. Cardona over themselves. And again, kind of with regard to that sentence, he was offered the same as Mr. Rivera. He had admitted only because of his shame, because of his denial in the cover-up and driving. That's what he told the police. I helped bring the body to the car. I drove the car to Bridgeport. That was his involvement. He was ready to plead guilty to that. He was not ready to admit the stabbing. I don't think he was even ready to admit that at the time of commutation. The first time that I read anything, I mean, he told me what had happened, but the first time I actually read anything about him admitting to what he had done was in the discharge summary provided by the parole board. And I think that you want to talk about the difference between Mr. Cardona at 19 years old and the difference now. I think that is a drastic difference. I mean, even from 2 years ago when he was granted commutation, that he has been able to now come to grips with what actually occurred. Think about why this actually happened and determine what negative factors and influences he's not going to let affect him in his life. And he has since found religion. You've seen he's taken several Bible classes. That's, again, since his commutation 2 years ago. He has been able to have a relationship with God. He's been able to forgive himself. He's been able to admit to himself what he did, admit to his family what he did, and now admit to this parole board and the family of Mr. Ferrione what he did. And so I think that's another thing that we should really be commending. I mean, but for this incident, if you look at Mr. Cardona on paper, if you talk to this man, you see him, this is an aberration. This is something that no one would expect. He has an exemplary record while incarcerated. He's held a job for 17 and a half years. He's had one ticket, just one, in 25 and a half years. And that's from somebody who came into this facility not even speaking the language. I think that alone is something that separates Mr. Cardona apart from anyone and makes at least me, and I hope this parole board, take a second look at what actually happened at this incident. I think this is something that he essentially it was a mistake. It was something that you would never expect. It was a complete isolated incident in Mr. Cardona's life that he's paid for. He has paid with his life for 25 and a half years. And I think another thing that we should consider is that he does have 6 years left, and that 6 years, I believe, would be much more beneficial to Mr. Cardona, to the society, to everyone involved if he was released with some sort of supervision plan. If he was released after 25 and a half years, I think that's going to be very difficult for Mr. Cardona. And I think that it's something that we should hope he's able to do in steps. Mr. Cardona is not asking you to just put him back in somebody's house. He's asking for an opportunity to go to a halfway house because he recognizes this challenge. Again, we're talking about an immature, impulsive individual versus the mature, thoughtful human being who he discussed in his opening statement. Somebody came at him and he was able to de-escalate. I mean, this is exactly what we hope inmates can do. There is no other purpose served by his continued incarceration except for punishment for, again, a heinous crime. I think that what was brought up during this hearing was this sentence appropriate? Yeah, at the time it absolutely was. 100% appropriate. And I think that we can distinguish between what was appropriate at that time and then think about what has occurred in the last 25 and a half years that shows Mr. Cardona is ready for a second chance. One, that the legislator is giving him. He is the ideal candidate. And what I believe the legislator had in mind when they extended this, this statute. Someone who's been incarcerated, who has done everything right since his horrific crime, and is now being offered some opportunity for relief that he didn't necessarily have. And one last thing that I will leave you with is that even if Mr. Cardona was not granted a commutation in 2022, 60% of his 42 and a half original sentence would have made him parole eligible in August of 2023. And so he's not necessarily receiving any benefit from getting this hearing today. He's receiving the benefit of the legislator extending the age. So for those reasons and everything that Mr. Cardona has done, I'm asking you to take the crime itself as just one factor, which is what it's supposed to be looked at. It's weighted for sure, but I do not believe it outweighs everything he's done since. Thank you.
Can we check again to see whether the state's attorney is?
If you are able to hear us and turn on your camera, you can see something.
All right.
Yes, Madam Chair, if you'd like to proceed, and just let the record reflect that Attorney Kelly is not present in order to provide a statement.
Okay, I think you did just that. Thank you. All right, so we're going to begin our deliberations. Ms. Palmieri.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. So, as I stated right from the beginning of the questioning with Mr. Cardona, today is a suitability for parole hearing. And we're looking at his current sentence and his current eligibility date. When we look to suitability for parole, we look for offender change. In this particular case, we're looking for a level of maturation, like indicators that the individual has matured over the years. As I said in closing with Mr. Cardona, he was 19 years old when this occurred. He was a teenager. Now he's a middle-aged man, 44 years old.
I'm sure he doesn't appreciate you keep reminding him. I'm sure this is probably the first time he's heard he's middle-aged.
Right. Might work to his advantage this time. And, I think we're all in agreement. The crime, I wouldn't characterize it as a mistake. It's a horrific, violent attack on an innocent. And it was horrendous, heinous, as his attorney put it. So, we do need to consider that is part of it, but we also need to look at what change Mr. Cardona has done over the last 25 years to make him suitable to be back in the community, to make him not a less of a potential risk to reoffend. And we look at programming, and we certainly look, first of all, is that Mr. Cardona took it upon himself to learn English, put himself back in school. He came from a very, very dysfunctional upbringing. Basically, from all the documents raised by his sister of, very abusive relationships with his mother, with other individuals in the family, comes, as he said, from Puerto Rico to find his father, and, is again in these very dysfunctional relationships and situations, and finds himself incarcerated for a murder charge. He has accomplished quite a bit since he's been incarcerated. I don't think we need to go through every single program that he's taken. I think it's important to highlight the honor program, because we know not every individual is accepted into that program, and not every individual can do that program. It really is a program that puts himself out there for. It's support within the facility. I think the other thing that we have to talk about is the fact that he's had a job in the marker shop for 17 and a half years. It's rare that we see somebody hold a job for that long. He's got excellent evaluations, and he's got promotions over the years through that job. With that job, he has skills to bring with him into the community, which I think will make him very marketable for employment. I also think we have to look at his disciplinary history. I think it is remarkable that at age 19, he enters the facility and goes 10 years without any disciplinary reports. He has the one in 2010. The explanation seems to be plausible. Mr. Cardona takes responsibility for it. And here we are 15 years later and without another disciplinary report. I would like to have seen Mr. Cardona with a little bit more support in Connecticut for him upon release. But absent that, he seems to can maintain some connections with people in the community that are doing very well by his report. I think he's identified programs to help him in the community. We all know CPA has a tremendous amount of resources. He's identified and explained why he thinks mental health treatment is important for somebody like himself. I don't think we've heard somebody quite detail it in that way. And I think we see the need for it, but often I think we don't hear it that articulated from the individuals at the hearing. He certainly has, he's also identified Wheeler Clinic for those mental health services. He's identified as a risk factor, kind of transitioning back to the community and how that could be possibly difficult. I think that is a realistic view of what he's walking into. And I'm going to harken back to the fact that he has identified supports in the community, helping. I don't think that the programming eliminates the mitigation of the crime, but I do think it brings, at least for myself, to a point where I can see Mr. Cardona back in the community. I also think that with Mr. Cardona, having been 19, now 44, that community supervision will be vital for his success. I think without it, he may do fine, but I think he'll struggle. I also think that community supervision is important for the community. I think it provides a level of monitoring and safety to make the community feel somewhat more secure. I think that Mr. Cardona has shown a level of maturity, determination, and seems to be very driven to turn his life around and do the right thing and make amends. I'm not sure that he can go into schools and speak, as Ms. Turner pointed out. I'm not even sure with his record that he could tutor in English as a second language, but he can certainly volunteer in the reentry centers and help in that way. And they would certainly be accepting of his assistance. And I think it would be good for Mr. Cardona in terms of giving back to his community. So for me, I am in favor of granting Mr. Cardona's request for discretionary parole today. I do find he is shown change. So that's it.
Okay. I am also in favor of granting Mr. Cardona 6.5 years is a lot of time to have parole in your business, but it's unwise after such a lengthy incarceration to put him out without any supports here in the state that are identified and responsible parties. So it's a grant for me, Ms. Chance.
I agree with what both of you said. I have nothing further to add.
Okay. So I have halfway house, mental health evaluation and treatment, no contact with co-defendants, and I'd like to see him do behavior management for anger management. Anything to add?
I had the C family as the victim's family.
There is a registered granddaughter.
Right,
Mhm.
with that name.
Mhm.
Okay.
Sorry, do we have the initials?
Yes. So in the matter of Raul Cardona, inmate number 273008, there is a motion to grant parole on or after today's date of December 2nd, 2024, with the following conditions for your supervision. You're to have halfway house placement. You're to participate in a mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary. You're to have no contact with your co-defendants, Armando Rivera and Jose Pedraza. And you're to have no contact with the family member of the victim with the initials FC. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations, Mr. Cardona. Obviously, this won't happen today because you need halfway house placement, but you'll get all this in writing and the process will begin for you. We wish you much success.
Good luck, Mr. Cardona.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This was the the Public Act 23-169 hearing for Cardona. 3008.
Great. Hold on. All right, we're good. Get off.
Yep.
They're done. We're done.